Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, September the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your Trading Room. Thank you, William. You are telling me that you can hear me and you can see my screen. Quick check in the YouTube room. I think the sound is okay. If anybody's in YouTube right now, maybe they can just tell me that you can hear me. That would be great. I think the sound's okay today. I saw what the issue was. Just waiting for anybody to pop into YouTube and tell me that's okay. Okay, great. Ija, so you can hear me, right? Okay, excellent. Thank you. All right, guys. So I'm out of the PTGX. I'm going to be taking a look at it later. Big negative data for them. But FDA places a clinical hold on their trial. So it's just I had a little scalp in it. It actually got down to about 1950, but I was looking for a lot more. So I'm basically out of PTGX flat. But there's other things happening. Let's see, CRVS. I couldn't see any specific news for CRVS. Again, I keep looking at headlines on it. I don't see any specific news on it. What a nice move, 29 million in the float through the 200-day moving average. Lots of volume, 21 million already, 29 in the float. So this is easily going to trade the float today. Oh, thank you, Ija, thank you. That's the only thing I forgot to do. Do the switch. There you go. Now you should see my desktop in a matter of seconds. Sorry. Yeah, let's see what else. BGNE. Big move up here for BGNE. It's a more expensive one. FDA grants accelerated approval. So again, I don't trade these sort of stocks, but I know some of you do. Maybe play options or something like that. IFA, IPHA. IPHA, I don't see any news other than Leerink has basically said, yeah, still a buy. They put a price target, not an aggressive price target. I think they've raised it from 7 to 9. So when you say green screen today, hopefully that's just you. There goes PTGX now. ABCL is a virus play. ABCL is a virus play. So this gapped up after hours on some news, and it's maintaining. It's maintaining. Not a low float. 162 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float. This is another. Now this is the reaction, because when I looked at the headline for TCRR, just the headline, okay, without diving into it, I think it said positive. Let me just, in fact, yeah, I mean here, well, it's hard to see this, but it says, announces positive interim results. It's hard to read it here, but obviously you got to really dive into it, because this is being just slapped down, 21% down now for TCRR. That's one I was looking to short, but I just lost sight of it for a moment, and then it had about a $3 drop. OPAD from yesterday, guys. OPAD, sort of pausing here, down 16%. Profit taking, whatever you want to call it. I don't think there's any negative news on it as such, but just profit taking. Lucid, LCID. If Sam's in the room, he's pretty happy about this one. It's been a little bit choppy. Had a bit of a choppy day yesterday, but still up. And I guess this is all to do with Leerink. Lyric put a big buy on them. Not today, but I guess previously. Bros, coffee maker, coffee seller, whatever you want to call these guys. Look at this. I mean, this has been a fantastic IPO. Fantastic. I mean, you haven't seen one like this for a while. So look at BROS, up another 7% today. Good volume. And this is BROS. Now this is shortable now at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it right now or ever. I'm just remarking that it is short. 120, or there are available shorts now. This could be GoDev. Take a look at GoDev. GDEV. GDEV. Okay, now when I first saw it, it was up at $20.99, so it is pulled all the way back to 12. I mean, it's still up 28%, but that's what you call a pretty big pullback. The only news I could see is that yeah, they're going to announce their second quarter 2021 financials on the 22nd. That's the only news I saw. I don't see any other news. For today. So that's too big a pullback. Was that shortable? For me? No, that was not shortable for me yet, anyway. Surf. Surf, yes, Surf is up. Surf is up. And this is up. I couldn't see any specific reason. I always delay just in case a headline is snuck in. I don't see any specific reason for it. It's up 10% though. Good volume. 217. Relative, it's not a high float, not a low float. 38 million in the float. AGEN was, just as I was opening the room, I noticed this one was popping up. AGEN. Again, sorry guys, I just can't see any quick. Okay, well, 916, 1826. Okay, so it says combination of their drug plus another drug doubles responses in cervical cancer, etc. to be data to be presented at ESMO. So okay, so there was some news. And yes, SDC. I don't know if it's a Wall Street Bets stock today. There's that short flow, 32%. It's not a low flow at 140 million, but it's the high short float percent. So I've always found this one a bit of a tough one to intraday trade, but there it is, SDC. It is up 7%. Well, I'm just kind of waiting on the PTGX to see if it breaks down through 20 again. I know it's just slightly over 20. All right, quick check to see what the analysts are talking about today in terms of upgrades and downgrades this morning. I don't see, I do see HLBZ. Yeah, now it is up there on my pre-market actives. Kind of a late bloomer. Didn't see it. That just happened now. HLBZ, HLBZ. Yeah, big one. Low float we don't even have now. Ija, I don't have that fundamentals up. Do you have a float for HLBZ? Hey, analysts are active today, guys. This is the most active day I've seen them for a while. 8.2 million. Thank you, Cam. So yeah, we have a few on the upgrades, a few on the downgrades today. And as always, I'm looking for multiple upgrades or multiple downgrades. I don't see any right now. And what I mean by that is different analysts either upgrading or downgrading the same stock. I don't see any right now. All right, there's some of the upgrades. I got the downgrades in now. Casinos being downgraded, I see. Again, Fallout at Macau. It started earlier this week. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. And the other thing we're just going to do a quick check at is check to see what are the major sectors doing this morning before the market opens. PCR, what does that mean, PCR? Oh, put call ratio. Okay. I guess I should have realized that. I do. Oh, well, I've got one scan that is... Okay, first of all, let's take a look at what's happening with the major sectors. So we're in for, right now it's sort of a neutral open. But again, energy is down. So what you're seeing in these percentages here, what this means as opposed to, like, as an example, 90%, that means that 90% of the stocks that make up XLE, the big energy sector ETF, are down from the close yesterday. Okay, doesn't mean they're horribly down, but they are down. And let's see, is there a positive sector, like a nice positive sector? Not really. I mean, financial, 61% are up. So there's nothing really jumping out saying, wow, okay, here's a really strong sector right now. Yeah, so we talked about that yesterday. You probably didn't, maybe you weren't listening, Humble Trader, but yeah, I've got a scan put together. It was actually rubber toes from a few weeks ago. I modify it to my filters, and we put a put call ratio in the max, put in the max 0.1, so they put calls, 10-to-1 calls to puts. I mean, you can do the same thing, obviously. And I cannot wait to see what sort of alerts we're going to get from the option scans today. It was on fire yesterday. Now today, is it triple or quad witching day today? So we could have a lot of option activity. Quad, it's quad. Okay, so yeah, so we could have a lot of option activity. Maybe too much, but I can't control it. The other thing you can do is also do that flip version of it. So you can watch the ones moving down on abnormal option activity. Again, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on that PTGX to see what happens once it opens, if it can open down below 20 and start to gap down. There was some, there was a big support area. Not a big one, but there was a little, if I was watching, excuse me, right there, the low, excuse me, is 1875. The low right here is 1921. The low here was 1882. The low here is 2011. So there was the low right there. So if it can find a way to take out 20, you know, it's got a little bit of resistance, you know, from 20 down to 19. And then if it can really take out that 19, look below. So anyway, just a matter of putting a price alert. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm just going to stick a price alert at about 1984 for it. All right, looking to see if there's anything else kind of sneaking in here. Yeah, the HLBZ. Well, again, you know, the news might be fluffy, but doesn't really matter what we think, does it? This is now not an all-time high. So I guess, yeah, this is was a SPAC before. The SPAC merged with this. These they were private companies, so now it's public, of course, trading as HLBZ. How do you tell? Because when you look at the position in the 2-year range, you see it says 58%. Now you might look at this chart and say, well, how can that be? It's at an all-time high. But when it was trading as a SPAC, it must have been almost double this price. Yeah, that was a massive pullback for GDEV. Hard to get a lot of confidence with this. I mean, I know it's still up 27%, but that is a massive pullback from 20 down to 12. Okay, give me one moment, please. Now, guys, you heard me talking about Fuse. You heard me actually talking about Fuse. I don't know if it was a couple of weeks ago or if it was last week. This came in, Fuse came in on the options scanner yesterday, but it came in. Again, I can't quite remember the day it came in. It wasn't this week. It might have been early last week. Could have even been the week before. Came in on the option scanner. You heard me talking about it because it had a ton of option activity, a ton of volume for it, all relative, of course, and yet it didn't move. And I was saying, man, somebody knows something because it didn't move at all. It's almost like, okay, Those who know something are just loading up. And look what happened yesterday. Finally. So I took this in the, this is an example of something I was talking about yesterday, how you can use this, our simulator. Fuse is a SPAC. It is a SPAC, yes. You can use it in the simulator to practice swing trading. I actually did take it in my account, okay? So we'll see what happens. I mean, it's a pretty tight stop because, you know, I mean, if it goes, I mean, 10 is usually where these things will, if it doesn't work, that's where they go back to. So I really don't think I'm going to have a problem with that one. Float turnover was recently added, yes. It was added, I think, actually last Friday. I've talked about it a little bit, you know, so now you can use the float turnover as a filter, as a standard filter, instead of having to create a custom. So what we're talking about, what time is it, 9:26? So what we're talking about is this. A new filter was added. We haven't added too many new filters in the last few years, to be honest. But you see the float turnover, I can get rid of this now. I used to have to create a custom. So what the float turnover is, basically it takes the total number of shares that have traded today, and you divide the float into that, and you get a ratio. So if we're looking for stocks, what was the one earlier that I was talking about that it almost traded the float? It was about a 20 odd million in the float. CRVS, thank you. Was that CRVS? Let's take a look. Yes, so look at CRVS, guys. So there's the float, 29 million. You see how many it's already traded 26 million shares. This is easily going to trade the float, right? Right now it's just slightly under. If you divide 29 into 26, you know, you're going to have slightly under. So once this market opens again, I mean, so this could easily trade the float 2 or 3 times today. So that's significant. You know, that means the stock is heavily in play. So I've got you know, and what I've used a minimum float turnover of in the min of 1.5, just to sort of zero in on those. Was it this week? Really, Ija? I would put 1.5. I mean, I mean, you can put 1. I mean, then obviously it's traded the float. I'm just looking for things that have really traded the float. I mean, it's up to you. I mean, there's no magic formula for it. I mean, it's just a matter of I think somebody indicated some news on Corvus. I couldn't see any. Did somebody pop some news in about Corvus CRVS? I couldn't see any in a quick headline. All right, everybody, the market's going to open in about 30 seconds, a little more than 30 seconds. Let's have a great end to this trading week. And I say I cannot wait to see what sort of things we get from our option scanner today. I see BEKE just sort of snuck in also here. This is sort of a late arrival. So it's a participation in a conference, okay. All right, well, PTGX is having a bounce right now, guys, so. All right, we're open. We are open. And typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And yes, I will miss the ones that run right from the beginning. So Bly's having a nice, BLI is having a nice recovery here, but we got all the way down. This actually showed up on my option scanner, guys, on one of the ones moving down on abnormal option activity yesterday. All right, PTGX now is again below 20. Bad spread though, 1989, 2012. And we have our first halt of the day, and this probably is halted on the way down. HLBZ, yeah, halted on the way down. E. And I'm looking what it might open at. Well, there's no real clue right now. I still see 1632, 1683, so. Now, BBIG, I did happen to see a tweet from this Will Mead, who I know people seem to be, obviously has a big following. You know, these are so promotional. I can't imagine my saying something like this, but I'm not selling until it hits between 12 and 15 or something like that. The PTGX now is really dropping. I don't know you've got me recorded, but okay. Well, the PTGX is all over the place still. Looked like it was going to have that big break underneath 20. Now, TMC, I could verify. This was a Wall Street stock yesterday. I did verify that. Wall Street bet stock. TMC, still down. Okay, now look at that big topping tail for SDC right up to 680, back down to 652. Typically why I don't like trading in that first 15 minutes. I like to see things try to settle down just a little bit. Not that things are completely settled after the first 15, but PTGX is really just trying to make up its mind. Do you really want to hold 20 and go down, or do you want to bounce? DATS on the move here. DATS, D-A-T-S. Again, looks like an IPO. Okay, CRVS giving it up. Was that shortable for me? CRVS. Should have been paying more attention. No. So when you say what is happening with IPHA, what do you mean by that exactly? It's a stock, it trades. I mean, there's a price target put on by Leerink of at 9. Just have to read some news, and you'll probably see that's the news that was this morning for IPHA. Lots of volume. Whoa, now look at this one starting to drop. PTGX. No other news that I can see for IPHA. I mean, I just saw, Leerink upping their price target from 7 to 9, so it's right there now. I mean, it's an opinion. It's going to be it's an all-time high now. IPHA, yeah, not a high float, not a low float. 51 million in the float. This Leerink, I've seen them, SVB Leerink. They hold, I think they're in the Netherlands. Is that possible? They seem to have a lot of sway. They were the ones that put the big push on Lucid, I believe, LCID, basically going counter to what Morgan Stanley was saying. And IPHA just got halted. Yeah, wow. I mean, this... If it's just because, yeah, Leerink, yeah, I mean, here's your news, guys. I mean, you have to do some digging. There it is. Leerink remains a buy, and they put, if I expanded this article, I believe they put a $9 price target on it. So, target achieved. So here's the issue with SDC, right? I mean, that's 7. There's some, for me anyway, I'm looking here, I'm seeing some resistance. Number 1 at the whole number, maybe, and then right up here. So, I mean, I wish it had more room before we hit some of these highs. When you look left. I can't speak to that, Kevin. I haven't really tracked. I mean, sometimes you'll see a lot of analysts. I mean, look at Morgan Stanley. They put a price target of 12 on LCID as an example. So I mean, this is an opinion. When it's hit, if you're asking me, what does it do afterwards, I really don't know. I haven't tracked it that closely. I mean, because every day, analysts have opinions on where they think stocks may go. So, I mean, there's just too many to track. All right, well, this PTGX now looks like it maybe finally wants to leave 20 in its dust. Still a tough spread right now. Waiting for my first option. Another one just got halted, guys. VRME. VRME just got halted. Got halted on, I'm sorry, resumed. I'm sorry. It was halted earlier and it just resumed. Got halted on the way up. Popped a little bit. Low float, 6.6 million in the float. Let's see. This was at about 3:15 yesterday in the afternoon. Let me see if I can see who this top analyst is. Okay, Jack Vander Aard from Maxim Group reiterated a buy with a price target of 10. So there you go. Okay, there you go. Let's see what happens. Not going to happen today. Okay, and that is for the VRME. That was yesterday afternoon. All right, let's see what's happening with the market. So the Dow is flat, SPY's down a little, tech is down a little. I'm surprised we have nothing in the option scanner with quad witching hour today. Look at life on the way down, below 10 now. Look at some of the high flyers from yesterday. OPAD is still down, life is down, IC is down. The beautiful one from the AI yesterday, HAYW. This is down, not down much. This is one to keep an eye on. I mean, it may have a resumption. Excuse me. It's got some resistance around that 22 level. You can see if it can take out 22, and well, it's got little pockets of resistance. I mean, ideally, it could somehow see its way to get up to that 25 level, but I'm certainly not saying it's going to get there. All right, DAT's screaming higher. It doesn't trade options, so it would not show up. Unfortunately, my option scanner does not trade options. We have no float information on it. Up to this point of the day, Scooter. Okay, that's the relative volume is up to this point of the day. So what's the average that it would be trading? Say at 9:43. And general rule of thumb, looking over the last 10 days. Okay, it's a little more involved than that. The filter's a little more involved than that, but that's sort of a rule of thumb. So you take the average of what it has traded up to 943 over the last 10 days. That's what the relative volume filter is all about. So I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, and the pattern is up, down, up, down, up, down. Other than IPHA, I mean, even IPHA, no, it's been pretty steadily up. Boy, that's a great upgrade. All-time high now for IPHA. I'd say it's had a pretty good month. Started the month at 360. Now it's basically tripled. Shoot, it just doesn't trade options. Otherwise, this would have been classic in the option scanner, but it just doesn't trade options. Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, just on that upgrade, wow. Let me just see where they're at. I believe they're out of the Netherlands. I may be wrong, but let me just do a quick look at them. I'm completely and utterly wrong. They're out of Boston. I don't know why I thought they were in the Netherlands. So, of course, headquartered in Boston, they probably specialize in a lot of healthcare stocks. All right, we've got another one that is, oh, this is what this one is getting, excuse me, this one is getting tanked here, TCR. Excuse me, guys, just a minute. Why am I on mute? You guys can't hear me? You know what? I think I sneezed and I forgot. That's right. I think I was. Oh well, how long I've been talking. So the Corvus. The Corvus. I have an alert set. I don't know. I can't remember when I put myself on mute. But the Corvus, I've set an alert for the 422. Look where it got right into. Okay. Look at the weekly chart. There's so much at that 422 level. Boy, IPHA just. It just opened. The IPHA just opened. Okay, so it did pop up a little bit. Its first pullback. Yeah, you know what? I missed the alert from the AI. Ah, shoot! I missed the alert. I would have taken this one for sure. The one under $20 on a short. I'm actually surprised. Okay, well now the SDC is showing up. Ooh, SDC. So what do we got? But again, I look left. What do we see? We see a lot of action right around, just over $7 up to the 723 up to here. It's just not as clean for me. Clean meaning I wish all this were underneath. Okay, so when you look left on the daily chart, you don't see little areas of potential resistance. Look, you could pile right through. I know it's probably a Wall Street bet stock today, but I'd rather see no resistance nearby. I can't remember if Doma showed up. Oh, there it is. There's Doma right now, showing up on the option scanner. It was a little bit delay. I had to take that high out. Again, though, look left. That 9 might just be too much resistance. So I'm just kind of holding out, guys. I'm holding out to on one of the alerts from the option scanner, or any alerts I get, really. I just want to see more room that a stock could run to before it hits the next high looking left. Until that happens, I'm just reluctant to take a trade. Okay, so I'm sorry, I missed that one, 950 US. Well, it's open now. So you asked that question at 9:50. It resumed at 9:51. Typically, they're 5-minute halts. All right. So if you look at the halt resumes, you see 9:46:05 plus 5 seconds. 5 minutes later, right to the second, it opened. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. Is Doma a SPAC? Let's take a look. Just check the profile. Doesn't look like it. You can usually tell a SPAC, number one. Well, if you click the profile, it'll usually say we are a blank check company, number one. Number two, rarely do they go under 10. They're usually, they just sit around 10. They have a pop up or they pop down. But they usually sit around 10. That's when they are released. when they start trading as a SPAC, they usually always come out at 10. Now that's a big float for a $3 stock, 100 million in the float, lots of volume coming in. All right, well, listen, I mean, I might be completely wrong with the SDC. I mean, if it can really pile through this area, but the next high looking left on the monthly chart is 736. What do I see looking at CALX? CALX. Okay, so number one, I mean, it's just, you know, look at the weekly chart. Just, you know, it has to break out if you're looking to go long. It just hasn't broken out. So, you know, when I look at this, I mean, the relative volume is good, 9. So it's trading a little bit abnormally today, but it really just hasn't broken out. So if you're looking to go long, CALX, I mean, I'd have, you know, you'd probably have to put an alert, not probably, I'd be putting an alert, you know, right about here, right over 50. Well, guys, TCRR, just again getting just slapped here. TCRR. That's my miss today, really, because I wanted this one. This is there were shorts available, but I got just distracted and I didn't want to chase it down. Well, when you say nothing left, I mean, I don't know what you're trying to do. If you're trying to intraday trade or are you trying to swing it? But, you know, just look at the weekly chart. I mean, it's just sort of in a range. Yeah, look at this. Now, this is a big red bar, guys. So, you know, this has been 45 minutes straight down, especially, you know, look at that one. That is a big, big red bar. Okay, so GDEV, it's trying to pop here. But remember, you have to look at this. I mean, it got up to 21. I don't know how many shares traded there, but got up to 21. Massive pullback all the way down, you know, basically cut in half. So not confidence inspiring, okay? I mean, when you see something like that. Now, it doesn't mean it's not going to pop again, but that was a big, big sell-off. And it just got halted. It did just get halted. So, you know, I mean, it'll be interesting to trade. 36 million in the float. I don't see any news on it other than the fact that they said we're announcing our second quarter 2021 financials, but that's nothing new. All right, and before I forget, we still, that I just checked earlier, the promo code to get 20% off is still valid. Okay. And it'll be 20% off the first month only or the entire year. I just popped that in. There's the promo code to use when you click on my homepage link. You'll see another promo for 15 off. Obviously use this one. GRITO 20. Grito 20, okay? That'll get you 20% off the first month only. or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. No, I take that very seriously, William. That's why don't listen to me. Oops. Well, of course, I know you're only looking for a little bit here. I mean, when I take these, I want, I'm looking for a bigger percentage move. So now let's see. I mean, this is where I thought it could stall. All right. Well, bit of a confidence builder here. I can talk about the grits now from the AI. I don't display what the AI shows all day long. Not fair for those of you who pay for the service. But grits, I mean, that's a great short, 1351, 1296. Okay. It also came into my options scanner on the way down. Okay, the flip. And that was at 1312. So you look left. The next low looking left is 1240. So that means it has some room before it hits that. Before it looks at that next low. How much is it? What time is it right now? Well, I'll just quickly tell you how much it is. If you go to my homepage, hopefully you can see my homepage tab. You click on it. And then you click on, I say there's a better promo code, GRITO, G-R-I-T-O, all in caps, 20. You'll get 20% off. So on a monthly basis, the premium is $228, less the 20% for the first month. Okay, for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, it would be $228. If you decide, though, you want to upgrade to an annual, before 30 days. So if you took out a subscription today, for instance, say by October 16th, you decided I really want to go to an annual, we'll upgrade you to an annual, $22.68 a year minus that 20%. Okay? But there's no rush. You can try it out for a month. You don't like it? If you have our standard, I don't know, maybe I don't know if you have a subscription at all, but if you're looking to upgrade from standard to premium, I'll give you Kelly's email, and you can all you have to do is give her your email address and she'll look at your account and make an adjustment. Well, I mean, how does it help? You have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. I mean, it's that's all. I don't know how else I can say it. And I have when I get an alert, I don't pile into the trade. I only look at the ones typically under $20, number one. But when I get an alert, then the first thing I do, as always, I don't blindly just take the trade. I look to see what sort of room it has. Where could it go before it hits the next, in this case, where's the next low? So it was way down here. So I thought, wow, okay. I missed it. I missed it early because I was doing something else. But this is typically one I would have taken almost immediately. So how you trade it will be up to you. SONM, because it had a reverse split. Somebody, Ija mentioned that one. SONM had a reverse split. Effective today? Is it today or just had? Don't look now, but Hellbiz just had about a $3 pop. HLBZ. It was yesterday, so the reverse split was effective yesterday. I don't see any news. A lot of times what these guys will do, when I say these guys, companies that have reverse splits, what they want to do to maintain some enthusiasm is to put out a press release, any sort of a press release pretty soon after. I don't see anything today. No, guys, grits is a big winner. GRTS. I can show. I mean, look at this. I mean, 1351, almost 6% now, almost straight down. Fairly simple trade in terms of angst. Now, so this is what I'm talking about, guys. I talked about this yesterday. So here's my unusually strong options up. This is down. Okay? It's just the flip of this. So these are looking for stocks moving higher with abnormal option activity. And this is just the flip of it. Stocks looking for stocks moving lower. So there was the grits right there. I mean, that's a great move. You know, you were talking, even if you miss the AI, say, even if you missed the AI alert, you had a second hit at it from that particular scan. I'm afraid to look at SDC. Yeah, so I was wrong, guys. Okay, I mean, I thought that resistance would be a little too tough, but yeah, I mean, if you took that just over 7 from the option scanner, you know, I'm a little more conservative. It's, you know, that's just the way I trade, just a little more conservative. But the SEC certainly nice. I mean, 697 on the alert. I haven't even looked at my watch list. So the DOMA, I mean, I'm looking here at DOMA thinking, well, maybe that's going to stall at 9. But what's over here? 929. You know, I mean, if it gets through right there, 909, I'm going to be definitely interested. Now, when I was on mute, I don't know. I can't remember when I sneezed and I put myself on mute. But I am short this PTGX. It wasn't easy. You know, I had shorted it pre-market, got out for a little loss, basically flat, and waited and waited and waited for another 20 break. It broke 20 a couple of times, but it didn't pop. But then the spread was terrible. Finally, the spread, you know, got it okay. So I'm short this from about 1985. I don't know if you guys heard that. I don't do one on Fridays? Who said I don't do one on Fridays? No, I do them. I'm a tireless worker, William. Videos every day. Well, not every day. Not Saturday and Sunday. Well, I can't give you kudos, William, because you know you're only in it for 0.5%. But how do you know you're not in them if you don't watch them? Morning, Lily. All right, so the GoDev or Nexters, I guess is not GoDev. I guess there is actually one. Anyway, GDEV. You know, I just don't. I mean, I know it popped after it came out of the halt, popped up to 13 something. To me, unless it really took out, I don't know. It'd have to, you know, later on, it would probably have to take out around that almost the 14 level for me to get super interested to see if it could maybe start to fill in. I mean, there's where it got to in the pre-market, right up to $20. Right. Wow. PTGX. Now this is what I was looking for a lot earlier. So now we've got something going here, guys. If you took that short underneath 20. Boy, this is really tanking now. I know, Sam, I know. I'm happy for you. And a lot of volume came in too. LCID. It's a huge float, 500 million in the float. All right, guys. Well, just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, trying to see if anything is reasonably interesting. Well, with this market going down like this, I'm really interested to see what sort of shorts we get, short opportunities we get from the option scan on the way down. Nice one so far. I've got to trade them, but you know, GRTS. I mean, the alert at 13.12, all the way almost $1. You know, so you got to trade these. Yeah, the help is HLBZ. Take a look at all these topping tails now on the 15-minute chart. We've got 3 of them in a row. Stupid IB, no shorts available. But I mean, you know, look what they mean. What is it, or should explain what it means. I mean, the buyers, 3 successive, you know, this candle is just closed now. Or just open. Yeah, it's just closed. So on 3 attempts to get it higher, but the sellers keep knocking it down. You know, that's what those topping tails mean. Now, it doesn't mean that the buyers won't try again, but eventually they give up for a while. They say, you know what, they say, you guys can have it, you shorts can have it. Or those of you who want to take profits can have it. DTGX, just a, what were you said earlier, William, $15 or something? If that happens, I'll definitely make a reference to you in the video today. All right, guys, keep an eye on the Corvus, CRVS. It's made a move over 4 again. And it is from the option scanner. I'm looking left, the next high looking left. Sorry, I'm catching my throat. This is what I'm trying to, hoping I can get through. And it's close, it's really close. And the volume is coming in, it's really close. CRVS. And it's a low float, 29 million in the float. Excuse me. I mean, look at this. I mean, it's right at these highs here on the weekly chart, right at them. Well, even Doma's on the move here. Doma, now taking out 9. Bad spread, 891, 893, 906. So it's a tough spread to commit to. I think it's around 423 or so. Yeah, but 422, 423, just clear this area right there. Again, this is what I'm doing. I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing. Now we have the first float turnover. I wish, look, all this spread just has to tighten up a little. Well, it's tightened now, 5 cents for the Doma. Again, you just have to look. I mean, look where it is. Put a price alert at 911. Takes that high out. It got right to that high, and that's where it stalled. And the next high looking left is 929. I think if we get through here, it could have a run. SDC did not show up. It only showed up because it was above yesterday's high. You're talking SDC, Humble Trader? Had the alert at 697, which of course is way above yesterday's high. So I'm not sure what you mean. Still don't know what you mean. I mean, the bottom line is that SDC is been above yesterday's high from right from the open. Oh, below today's high. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what. I have no idea what scan you're talking about. Not in my scans. Maybe you've got another alert set. A new 5 minute high or something. I mean, it's hard. I can't possibly know why you would get an alert unless you showed me your like do a configuration, or excuse me, right click configure and check the summary. Obviously, you should not get a new high alert if it's right here as an example, unless it got up here. You must have another alert. Yeah, I did read that news. Yeah, with the. All right, guys. Well, let's see. As you have that as an alert. It's up to you, Mark. I mean, you can experiment. I've used 1,000. I've used 1,500. If you really want to see giant moves, there's no right or wrong. Okay, I would just experiment and see the sort of alerts you're getting. You can start off with 1,000, and if you're getting too many, then up it to 1,500. But if you're looking for something that really is giving you a big 1 minute volume spike, just experiment. I think in my momentum scanner that I do share, which I actually don't have up and running right now. I think I use 1,000 in the 1 minute and 500 in the 5 minute. I think. Well, guys, it's very rare that I'm in 3 trades at the same time, so I might have to delay my spiel. I have to keep an eye on, I'm in the two shorts, the grits, GRTS, and the PTGX, and I'm in the long and the Corvus CRVS. I'm usually only in two trades at the same time. Guys, the GRTS from the AI is an awesome trade. That'll be my trade of the day. I mean, there's no question. Go! Excellent. Okay, don't have to do it. You forgot to put in the promo code for 20% off. All right, Miss Janet, good for you. Miss Janet in our YouTube room says, I'm green on CRVS. Now, you got to trade these. The Mexican one is still valid. It'd be awesome if I could actually assign somebody to do it for me. Yeah, what do you sound like? Put you on the mic? All right, guys, but in all seriousness, I've traded out some of this, the CRVS, the PTGX is awesome and the GRTS is awesome for me. I don't have to pay as much attention, but I've traded out some of the CRVS. True. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I am live on the mic. And before I keep going, that promo is still valid. I did check. So I've put a link. Let me see, I have to do it in our YouTube room also before I keep going. Okay, so I've put my homepage link there. You see my homepage link is right there. Also in the main trading room, that is available from my homepage tab all day. Okay, there it is. So when you click on it, this is what you'll see. Now, first of all, you'll see there is a promo code here, Barry, for Alpha. Don't use that one, obviously. Use the Grito 20 for 20% off the first month only, or the entire year. If I click on Get Trade Ideas, this is how much Trade Ideas will cost. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. The premium is $22.68 a year minus that 20%, and the standard is $10.68 a year minus that 20%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over. That's the one that gave us GRTS early. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why usually people want to take a look at our premium service. You don't have to go annual. Of course, you can go monthly if that's what you want to do. So $118, $228. You can apply that 20% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Now again, if you do take out a subscription today on a monthly basis, if within 30 days you want to upgrade to an annual, we will honor that 20% promo code. All right, more information on my homepage. Save my link. Lots of information here. These 3 sections are free. The Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at noon every day. Not every day, Monday to Friday. And here is a big education section, all free. I'm just going to click on this. It's predominantly education about trade ideas itself, the introductory lessons. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, etc., all the way down to the, we nickname the AI Holly, down to Brokerage Plus, okay? Daily support sessions between 12 and 1. I take a break and one of the other traders takes over. Today is Andy. He'll be in our YouTube room. Before I take my break, I will pop the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want. Daily webinars. So, good. We have made the change. Okay. So, yeah, the webinars are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but now we're staggering them. They used to be every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Now we're staggering them. So next week, for instance, the webinars are Tuesday, Thursday. The following week, they're Monday, Wednesday. But you can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos regarding trade ideas, how to start your account from scratch, information about the AI. Okay, so there are a lot of videos here. Now, this, if you're new to trading, this is a great 36-part short, they're all short videos put together by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. So if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. And some trading ebooks that we created. So again, a lot of information in those 3 sections. And then the other main section that people should be interested in, I think anyway, all the scans I'm sharing. And of course you have to be a subscriber. So I have a sample layout that I'm sharing. And of course this is my favorite scan of all time. The moving higher with unusually strong options. I do have other scans here for you. For instance, these 4 scans, the gap up and down, and pre-market actives up and down, these are the 4 I use in the pre-market, you know, to take a look at stocks that are moving in the pre-market. But I love this one, moving higher with unusually strong options. So again, a lot of information on my home page. Save the link. Give me a moment as I'm sizing my window. All right. Now, what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. That's what we are. We are a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. Now, guys, just as an aside, what I'm doing with the Corvus is resetting that alert. Okay? So I want to see if it can take out that 422 again. It may not, but I want to see if it can take out this level again. You know, it just didn't have the follow-through that I was hoping for, but, you know, it's trading. That's what trading is all about. You have to pay attention. Because that next high is 508 on the monthly chart. So just have to wait, be patient. It doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. So this is an example of a scan, basic new highs and lows. You right-click, configure, and if you're building your own scans, you always start off with a set of filters. If I didn't have filters here and I was just looking for stocks making new highs or new lows for the day, well, obviously I would be inundated with alerts. So you always start off with filters to kind of whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So this is what I've done here. This is what I'm looking for in this scan. So if these filter values are met, stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks today. Now, the great thing, in my opinion, about Trade Ideas, you do not have to know a programming language. You right-click, configure, and click on search. These are all of the alerts that we have. When you see these icons, these are the alert icons, and these are the filter icons. So we feel we have enough alerts and filters that if you want to create your own scan for the absolute majority of our customers, you can do so. You can combine them to create the type of scan you're looking for without having to know any programming. So the question was, can you have and statements? So just, you know, you almost read my mind, Jesse. I was just going to mention that. I don't often say it, but yeah, the alerts are ORs. So you could have I can't think of one scan in which I use multiple alerts, But you could say, okay, show me stocks making a new high or a new 5-minute high or a 75% pullback from highs or. These are all ors. But when you come to the filters, these are ands. So when I look at this scan right here, you know, these are stocks between the price is between 1 and 20, and the current volume has to be at least 8, and the stock's volume is 400,000 shares, etc. So all these filter requirements have to be met because these are ands. These are the ors, but notice I only have one alert. But if I put in also, okay, show me when, you know, if these filter requirements are met and it makes a new 5-minute high, I could add that. I don't, but, you know, people do, I guess. You can have multiple alerts. I just find it too confusing, but it's completely up to you. Two would be a start, a good profit factor, okay? Not percent winners. You're talking about a profit factor. Really? Good for you if it's paid for itself with a smaller than 5K account. Good for you, Jesse. It's not easy with a small account, but good for you. So the profit factor, just Jason, the profit factor is defined like this. If you take the sum, all the money you made, you know, when you do a back test, all the money you made from your winners divided by all the money you lost from your losers, that's the profit factor. Okay, so that's not a percent, that's a ratio. The win percentage, they try, when they're creating these scans, they try to have a win percentage of at least 60%. Okay? And the other one is the average winner versus the average loser on a dollar basis. Try to have that at least 2 to 1. But backtesting is a super advanced topic, okay? I mean, most of our customers do not backtest. I haven't backtested anything in years. I just let the AI do it for me. Well, there's no ideal. I mean, Jason, it's the minimum you should be striving for is 2. Okay, so you can call that. So anything above that is gravy. There's no ideal. Okay, I mean, it's just all we're saying is, you know, if it's below 2, you probably you shouldn't be using it. Guys, this PTGX is just, I don't know how many took the short when it finally broke under 20, but this is awesome. So if you're asking what platform has you're talking about a trading platform, right? Well, Centerpoint, I don't know, but it's expensive, but you know, it depends on your account size. If you're asking for what platform has like the most shorts available most of the time, probably Centerpoint. I think I've heard people talk about Cobra. I mean, I use IB. I know I don't get bent out of shape about the fact that IB doesn't have some shorts. But, you know, I don't know. I can't answer that. What's the best? I don't have a favorite swing alert. No, I don't swing very much, Jesse. Yes, you need HLBZ, guys, right back up. I mean, it's been a whippy sucker, but HLBC is right back up, challenging 20. So guys, this is an example of an alpha stock. Look what the market's doing. Dow's down, tech's down, SPY's down, market's been steadily down. Hellbiz doesn't care, okay? HLBZ does not care. This is a classic example of an alpha stock. Yeah, Nelson, you need to create a custom formula. I put that in yesterday. You have to create a custom formula if you want to do that. To have the AI, you need to have premium. Yes. I mean, I can pop that in again. Nothing has shown up yet in it today, but you have to write a custom formula. Anybody have that custom? I'll have to do a search for it. Anybody have it ready so I can just copy it? You know, it's the ABS price. Anybody has it ready, rather than my having to do a scan for it. If you used it yesterday, it would help me. Then I can just pop it into tech support and show Nelson and anybody else who's interested in creating it. Thank you. Where is that? Thank you, Pepe. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to put it in the tech support area. I can copy it. There we go. So I'm going to put it in the tech support area. Okay, there is the formula to use, and I'm going to put in a how to create a custom formula. Okay, so this is in the tech support tab. Okay, just find that tech support tab. There's the formula to use. So what this is doing, and what I do in this one, and there are no alerts yet. You know, and there are no alerts yet. I can't give this to you because it has a custom formula in it, and unfortunately the formula does not copy. But this is what it's looking for. Oops, configure. So there's my custom formula. Now, if you've never created one before, yours is what we call a U0, where the value is at least 0.75. So when I get an alert, no alerts yet, it has to be at least 75 cents away from the next high looking left. Okay? So there in theory, I get an alert in here, there should be some room to move, at least 75 cents. That's why I created it. Just nothing happening yet. Okay, but go to the tech support area and it's all there. Now let's take a look at the AI. I can, I guess I can share the scan. You can add the formula, but remember, okay, there it is. And then you'll have to add the formula. You have to create the formula, add it. You have to get rid of that U28. All right, now let's talk a little bit about our AI. So this is what the AI looks like, guys. Now, first of all, yes, it's part of the premium service. If you have our premium service, this is what I would do. Click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, and that's all you have to follow all day long. Never mind anything else. You'll get the alerts, they'll come in. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. You see the first alert was what time? 9:40. Actually 9:35, there was an alert here. But you'll have an entry. You don't have to get in right at the penny. Don't get hung up on that. You'll have a stop. And how you trade it will be up to you. I mean, look at the grits. I mean, it's awesome. 1351 was the entry, was the alert. I mean, it's 11%, 12% now, guys. I mean, that is awesome. Now, if you're looking at the rest of them, first of all, for me, I don't like the ones that are under, or I only like the ones under 20. That's just me. But as always, when I get an alert from the AI, I check to see, well, how much room does it have? For me, it's just a watch list, just like anything else. It's not blindly taking them just because it's an AI alert. So, I mean, I do see that the AI has a potential short for the TCRR, but you know, it's moving higher. So I would just set an alert back here at the alert price and see if it takes it out later on. You know, maybe now it's in bounce mode. I don't know. And I'll just put a price alert there and see if it happens later on. We had the one yesterday that was awesome. HAYW. If I spell it right, you'll see it. You know, look what this one did yesterday. I mean, it was basically a nice, nothing's easy, but we didn't have a lot of whippiness that you see in a lot of stocks. You know, it was basically steadily up all day. I'm not saying every day you're going to find trades like that, but fix. All right, so fix, let's see now, 39, 40 million in the float, so it is certainly not a high float. Let's look left on the monthly chart. The first high we see is 983, so obviously that's far enough away. Check the weekly. Ooh, yeah, I think that's the same. So yeah, I mean, fix has got room. So I don't have an alert for it as such. It's not showing up on any one of my scanners. The main reason probably is the relative volume is a little light and the overall volume is a little light. Doesn't mean you can't trade it, but you know, I mean, that's why it's not showing up in any one of my scanners. And again, people will say, well, then why don't you reduce some of your filters so you can see fix? Yeah, I could do that and I will see fix, but that might introduce a lot of other stocks that I don't want to see. So there's always, you know, a bit of give and take, trial and error. People ask all the time, how did I, you know, I want to see a stock, how come this stock or, you know, the ABC stock did not show up on my scanner? How do I get it there? And so they show me their scanner and I say, well, you can reduce one of your filters, you would have seen it, but, you know, you may see a lot of other stocks that you don't want to see. You know, and so you're clicking madly all day long. And yeah, so the fix might be buried in a lot of other ones. Not my, no. No, this is not on, no, this is still the one that I'm using predominantly. This is more testing. This is it, so I've changed some of the filters, so the filters aren't exactly the same. You know, if I look at it, filter values aren't. I think I reduced the current volume to only 750 contracts, only 200% of normal, instead of 2,000 contracts and 300% of normal. But this is the one. So if I do get an alert here, I know that the next high looking left on the daily is at least 75 cents away. So in theory, you could have some room. Just no alerts from it today. Yeah, just monitoring them. I am surprised. I mean, the last 2 days, the option scanner was on steroids, and maybe it is. I mean, I thought that we'd have a lot more action with quad witching today. I remember, guys, as always, here's our, you know, I don't get a lot of questions about using Brokerage Plus, to be honest, in this room. You know, so I'm not going to dwell on it that much, other than in the simulator, okay? Not very many questions that come in. All right, so I'm just going to briefly put this link in. I should say talk briefly about it after I put the link in. Okay, so there's the Brokerage Plus link. 2 videos. First video, the short one, if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you can use this to trade. Okay, you can use this window so you can trade within Trade Ideas, but you have to have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account. But please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this feature. That's all. But we're a scanner first and foremost. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Just can't use this feature, this option that we have. And the other big reason to use it though is if you're new to trading, please practice trading. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay, in this particular case, you click on that sim for simulation, paper trading, and then you can practice trading before you commit money to the market. You see these two here? These are just a couple that I held over from yesterday in the simulator, showing you how you can actually use this to practice swing trading. Now I actually did take the fuse in my own account. I'm out of it now though. I was hoping maybe for it to pop through 11. This is a SPAC. They're merging with I can't remember the name of the company, but they're merging with a company down in a while. So why do some pre-market work? Well, look at the PTGX. Now listen, it wasn't easy, you know, because it was really struggling to really take out 20, and the spread was a little wonky at times. But you know, this was devastating news. Well, the reaction anyway. I mean, it's down 62%. So I call that devastating news. Now, you could have seen this. Where would the first time you would have seen this? Yeah, from my new lows, you know, other scanners would have picked it up, but in this particular scanner, you wouldn't have seen it till 1912. Not the worst thing. I mean, it's at 1740 now. But it's why, you know, to do some pre-market work, so you can kind of get set up and keep an eye on the ones that you think could move. They're not all going to move just because, you know, I put them in the pre-market actives, but I mean, this is about as awesome as you get, and it did show up. It did show up on the option scanner. And the reason why it wouldn't have shown up earlier is because, you see, look at the option activity. 2,600 contracts, so my minimum has to be 2,000. So it wasn't until it hit 18, I mean, even at 1804, that's awesome. Look at this. We had, I don't know, Fib Fan, if you're in the room today, but I mean, you know, you just have to pay attention to very few stocks all day long. You can get overwhelming. Sure, I've got a lot of alerts going on here because you know, all sorts of different trading styles. But if you know, there are certain scans. I mean, I love my option scanner. I'm going to love it all the way down too, especially when the market's moving down. So again, this is what I'm talking about. PTGX 1804, 1730 now. Even if you waited and waited and waited. And again, why did it not show it earlier? Because I have a minimum of 2,000 contracts. So it didn't hit that until right there. Yeah, I mean, HLBZ is absolutely in its own world today. Not in it. Wish I were. You know, that was a great base right there. I mean, you know, you want to take a look at a great base. You could have, you know, put a 16 stop on it, I suppose. And on any sort of a pop, you would have had a wide stop. Just one moment, please. Whew. Okay. Yeah, you can trade if you're talking about. The question was, could you use this to trade if you have if you have our standard service? Yes. The only thing you can't do, you know, and I'm not a big fan of it at all, is you cannot auto trade. You need, if you want to auto trade, you know, your own strategy, or you know, attempt to do it with the AI, then you need our premium service. But otherwise, the standard service is fine. You know, you get an alert, you want to trade it, it's fine. All right, guys. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about money management. Okay, if you are new to trading, again, I say this all the time, but if you're new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. All right, trading is not easy. So before you commit money to the market, practice trading and use our simulator. You need our, you know, all you need is a standard package. Use our simulator. Doesn't matter who your broker is. It's using our real-time data. Okay, simple to use. You just click on an alert. You see WKSP in Cincinnati. Okay, I know it's not quite. WKSP. So let's just say you wanted to trade WKSP, but you wanted to wait for a pullback down to this area. Here's 762. You pick how many shares you want to do it at. 762. And click that big buy button and you will see a big blue line show up on the chart. So if the stop went down, down to 762, it'll take the trade. Okay, so that's how you can practice on a pullback. That's what a lot of people like to do. They like to take pullback trades. Just one moment, please. All right, so now let's talk about little bit about money management. Okay, super important. Oh, guys, look at this one that just showed up in the option scanner, VLTA, and it's not an all-time high. So this was a SPAC, okay? You hear me say this all the time. You can tell it's a SPAC because it says 52% in the 2-year range. You know what? I'm going to drop this down a bit. There we go. There's the lifetime range, 52% in the lifetime range. Because if you look at the chart, you think, well, how can that possibly be? It's at an all-time high right now. Well, it's not, because this was a different symbol before. When it was a SPAC, they took this company over and merged, and now it became this symbol. But when it was a SPAC, obviously, there was a lot of enthusiasm trading as the SPAC. And it was probably at least $26 at one point. So now, let's take a trade. Okay, I mean, it's a little bit spready. I'm just trying to see something else that's not quite as spready. I'm just trying to demonstrate some money management techniques. Okay, well, my basic premise, it was, you know, obviously with the SDC you could have taken it and you got about 40 odd cents out of it, but my basic premise still kind of held that I thought it might stall right there, and now it just pulled right back. Let's just say you wanted to take SDC right now though, okay? What's the spread? Yeah, good spread. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'll explain why. I'm going to buy right at the market. The spread is only a penny, so going in at the market is no big deal. Took the trade at 679. I'm going to put a stop. Everybody knows where I'm going to put my stop. At 659. So again, what is a stop? Well, unfortunately, every trade you get into is not going to work. So you have to have a price, in my opinion anyway, where you're going to get out of that trade if it's not working for you. Now, if you're sitting there wondering, okay, well, I guess that makes sense, but where am I going to put that price? Well, that's where practice comes into play. I am somebody who I like to size up a chart where I think there's some support. If it breaks down through that support area, then I'm out of the trade. There are other ways to do it. You know, you want to put the low of the previous 5-minute candle or the previous 15-minute candle. How you do it, how you get comfortable with doing it will be up to you. That's why practice. But if you place the stop, okay, that will share size you also. How? Well, if you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, what I'm doing is I'm risking $100 a trade. What does that mean? So that means if the trade doesn't work, worst I want to do in the trade is lose $100. Okay, that's the worst I want to do. So that share sizes me. You know, I'm not going to every trade taking 100 shares a trade, 200 shares a trade, 500 shares a trade. How did I determine this in this particular case? It was going to be 500 shares. You take the entry price, $6.79. You take the stop that I put, made the math easy. That's 20 cents away. If you divide 20 cents into $100, what do you get? You get $500. So if I obey my stop and I allow myself to be stopped out at $6.59, most I should lose is about $100. That's sort of a rounding. And what I said was, if I obey my stop. Sometimes it's really hard when you start off. You cannot believe that a trade isn't working for you. You know, when you get into trading, you should be actually looking for all the reasons not to take a trade. You know, I go through that. I have a progression, you know. Is there enough room when I look left on the daily, weekly, monthly? Okay, is there enough room? So I have a little progression that I instantly go through. And unless I can check every one of them and say yes to every one of them, I don't take the trade. So you should always be looking for reasons not to take a trade. So let's just say, though, all the reasons, you can check them and say yes, yes, yes. And, you know, there's been a press release this morning, there's been earnings, everything looks wonderful. But guess what? Even the best setup with all the best news and all your check marks are in place, it still may not work. So obeying your stop is, in my opinion, critical. Because, you know, what happens is you start to second guess yourself. So that $100 that you were willing to lose, it might start turning into 200, 300, 400 as you're not obeying your stop as the price is moving down on you. So yes, you know, I know people in this room are going to say, well, you know what? The last time I didn't obey my stop, yeah, it moved way down and then it popped up and I made money. Of course that's going to happen too. But it's a slippery slope. That's all I can say. So practice trading, okay? Practice, practice, practice before you commit money to the market. Yes, Kenneth, you've come at a good time also, because we actually have a slightly better discount for you. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, okay, I put this promo code. It's called GRITO 20, okay, for 20% off the first month. When you click on my homepage, that's how you'll take out a subscription. But you'll notice it says use this one. Well, obviously don't use that one. Use GRITO, GRITO, all in caps, 20, and you'll get 20% off the first month or the entire year, okay? So just use that code. Now, this is what I would do. I mean, you don't have to start off with an annual. In fact, if you don't know our product, please don't start off with an annual, because you know our refunds are not the most friendly. Okay, so you can always start off with a monthly, and excuse me, you can apply that 20% to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if within a month you decide, yeah, I love the product, I love it, and you want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so, and we'll honor that 20% as long as you do it within a month. So today's the 17th, so by October 16th, if that's enough time for you to figure out if you like the program enough to upgrade, you don't have to upgrade though. I mean, we have tons and tons of our subscribers that go month to month. So, you know, obviously there's a bit of a per month savings on an annual basis, but you know, it's certainly not something you have to do. Now, here's something else I haven't talked about. As long as you know the program, as long as you're set in your mind that this is the program for you. But again, as I'm saying, you can still try it out in getting that 20%, and you'll still get the 20% if you upgrade within the month. So, but obviously it's completely up to you. Now, you want to talk about our test drive that's coming up. Okay, I'm not 100% sure how to answer your question in a perfect circle, but let me just talk a little bit about the test drive, and then I'll try to figure out what you mean by that question. All right, so I popped in the test drive link. If you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So this is the test drive. It starts on the 11th of October to the 22nd. That is 10 trading days. If you've wondered about trade ideas, and when we get a lot of requests for free demo, we don't have free demos. This is as close as you're going to get. So for $11.11, you'll have access for our full premium service. Okay, for 10 trading days. I always say it like this, up to 10 trading days. If you can't start on the 11th and go to the 22nd, then you'll get a fraction thereof. Okay, so in other words, if you can only start on the 12th and go to the 21st for whatever reason, those are the days you'll get. So it's not like if you start on the 12th, you'll get 10 days. I just want to be completely upfront about that. So for $11.11, for 10 trading days. Now, if you sign up right now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. That's all you're doing. You're not getting any data until the 11th. So please, if you sign up now, don't bother our poor support people and say, hey, where's my data? I just signed up. It doesn't start until the 11th. I know you can't start earlier. We're all set up for support, etc., for these 10 trading days. If you have our standard subscription, you can do the same thing. It'll cost the $11.11, but you can upgrade for those 10 days to our premium service to check it out. Once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay? So it's a great opportunity to try us out. Now the TCCR just triggered again. And again, guys, how awesome was that alert? The VLTA from the option scanner. I mean, what did it get up to? 1437? So what do you mean by a good range, though? Are you talking? I don't understand exactly what you mean about a good range, perfect circle. I mean, what I do, because if it's a momentum play and it's making a new high, all I'm doing is looking left to see if it still has some room to go. I'm looking left on a daily chart. If I don't see anything, then I look on the weekly chart. If I don't see anything there, then I look on a monthly chart. So I'm not sure what you mean by a good range. So when you say, could I add subtitles to my video, I don't know what you mean by that. I'm talking to a couple of people in our YouTube room. All right, 11:13. You know what I'm starting to find, guys, in the option scanner is that the cheaper ones do not perform quite as well. When I say cheaper, I'm sort of finding that the ones that are over $10 seem to have a little more oomph in them. Boy, that PTGX, real, did you hop all over that PTGX? I mean, this has just been awesome. Even if you didn't even see it until here at 1804. I was, of course, I was all over it in the pre-market. I actually, kind of got out flat in the pre-market shorting it. But what a, and it's still not done. I mean, look how orderly, once the spread firmed up, look how orderly it's been on a 2-minute chart. I mean, there's no big pops up and down. So do you know the alert window that it's coming from? Okay, just go to the alert window, then right click on it and go to properties, click on properties, actions, and then you can uncheck the play sound and say okay. Okay? Oh yeah, we knew what PTGX, I mean, in the pre-market, we do our work in the pre-market, so when something is moving down, I'm always checking to see why. And yeah, absolutely, I mean, we knew it was a cancellation. Clinical hold for the trial, yeah. So we knew why it was happening. I mean, we didn't know it was going to keep going down. You can't possibly know that, but in this case, 20 was such a key level for it to break. There's a little bit of support in that level, in that area. So guys, I'm still in the two trades. I'm still in the GRTS short and the PTGX short. Those are pretty good ones, aren't they? Now, granted, I mean, you could have obviously got into this one earlier, but these just from that abnormal options moving down, two great alerts. Again, I'm sharing all these scans, guys. I may have to add this one, though what I like to do really is to show you how you can create this one out of this one. You know, you should learn how to do some of these things on your own. You know, how to, moving higher with unusually strong options volume, moving lower with unusually strong options volume. You know, you should learn how to do stuff like that. Oh, there's no question. Of course. Of course. All I was saying is that if, somehow you missed it, I mean, it was all, of course, it was all over here. I mean, it was, in the gap downs, it was all over it. But if somehow you missed it and still were a little unsure, but you had, you had a little more faith in the fact that all of a sudden it was showing up here, you still had a chance to get into it. Even though it looked really, really late to get into it. Of course. First of all, it was in the AI. I missed it early. I didn't see it early in the AI. Okay, number one. And number two, yeah, of course, I saw it here, the 1312. Those are the two I'm in. Well, again, this is just showing you stocks that are having abnormal option activity. I don't trade the options. If you're an option trader, I mean, some say that you can maybe use this to trade options. I don't, but it's just another way of looking at stocks with abnormal activity based on options. So when I get it, I mean, it doesn't mean that I just pile into the trade the second I get the alert. I'm looking left, I'm wanting to see how much room it could have. I'm looking to see what was there a reasonable pattern that I'm getting the alert from. This is where some trading experience obviously comes into play. But those are scans that I'm sharing. What are the volatility bars alert in the price alerts? In our price alerts window? I'm not sure I know what you mean. Good stuff, Kenneth. So, Arjo, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. What do you mean exactly? In the price alerts? No idea. No idea, never seen it before. No idea. I've never used it. I can ask the question, see if anybody knows, any other trader knows. Just put it out to the other traders, see if that is something that I've never seen it before, so I really don't know. Yeah, so Amos, yeah, as long as you use the same email address, yeah, as long as you saved everything into the cloud. Well, yeah, Perfect Circle. Are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? Again, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, so you probably heard me mention, I don't know, 1,000 times. Here's my homepage. Okay, here's my homepage link. When you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. One of the sections, my scans. Click here. Moving higher with unusually strong options. This is the one I talk about all the time. Okay, you can look at that. I mean, option volume on its own is irrelevant in my opinion. It's like scanning for. We get the odd person. Just one moment, please. Action. Sorry about that. Yeah, so there it is. I mean, that's what I use. I mean, option volume and pure volume, in my opinion, of course, are irrelevant. It's only if it's abnormal that I want to see it. We get the odd question, I want to see the stocks that have got the most volume today. And I'd say to them, why? Literally, why? Who cares about the stocks that are trading the most today? What I want to know, though, are they trading abnormally? Exactly. So there you go. So that is looking for abnormal option activity. A perfect circle, okay? So you can take a look at that one. Meanwhile, when you say just got here, is this for real? How do I respond to that? Okay, so guys, there is a little bit of noise in the background. If it's, are we okay with it? Okay. just as an aside, we bought one of those iRobots. It's not iRobot, but it's, you know, it's a, I have to admit, it's pretty cool. And it's actually the shark. It's pretty cool. I was a little skeptical, but okay, good. She's intrigued by it. Yeah, I have to admit, you know, obviously iRobot's been around for a long time. I never really, I don't know, I never really thought about it, but, and there's iRobot, look at this. Well, look at this, 196, so it's cut in half, but still. Boy, PTGX, I mean, you know, this will not, well, this will be an aside for me in terms of the stock I'll talk about in my video, but holy smokes. How, I mean, I just hope nobody had this overnight. Like, that's just one big wow. You know, you hear the phrase, you know, all you need is one good trade. You know, I'm not saying they're all going to be like the grits and the PTGXs, but wow. I mean, that, you know. Okay, so I should explain this, Eric. I do get this question every now and then. This is in the simulator, okay, Eric? This is not my real account. Okay, so I was showing people how you could take a trade on a pullback. Okay, and I put it in here. Oh no, I guess actually that's not true. I was showing I took this trade in the simulator, and I was showing how you have to have a stop, and so it got stopped out. You know, for the $100 manageable loss. So that's why it says no shares right now. Okay, this is just in the sim. All these are just in the simulator. I did not take SDC in my real account. I never really liked it, but I just wanted to show people how you can do things, placing stops, obeying your stops, and all of that. That's why it says simulated trading. Yeah, well, I can't help you there, Neil. You can always try us out for $11.11 for the test drive. It starts in October the 12th. Or if you want to try us out right now with a 20% discount on our standard service for a month, see if you like it. Yeah, Eric, that I can't help. You've got a small screen, that I cannot help. Yeah, you know what? I was watching this. I said, oh, that's right. I was using this as to demonstrate how you could take a stock on a pullback. Well, guess what? It didn't pull back. WKSP did not pull back. So I, you know, still have that. Now, if you don't, let's see if this is working today. Yeah. So if I don't want to do this anymore, you know, I've got that pullback. I just have to go to it and cancel it. So now that blue line will disappear. No, I can't do that, Eric. You know, I mean, because I'd be enlarging all day long. I'm sorry, I just can't do that. I do apologize, but there's only, you know, obviously I'm limited. You know, people have all sorts of different screen sizes. I don't know what you're trying to follow this on, but I'm on a 32-inch 4K monitor, so. But I would spend, I mean, I'm talking about all sorts of stocks all day long. I'd be constantly, you know, resizing my charts, and so I'm sorry, I'm just not prepared to do that. Yeah, link for the test drive. Well, remember, of course, Neil, you're not having to, I don't know if you're just sort of pulling our legs here or what, but I mean, you don't have to take out an annual subscription. So, I mean, the monthly is what, 118, less than 20% for the first month. I mean, if you can't, if, you know, so that would be a subscription. Shouldn't break the bank. Amir is saying DNA is interesting. On its own, it's interesting, but let's just take a, oh, okay, so this is a, obviously this is a IPO today. Oh, that's right. Ginkgo Bioworks. So this is an IPO today, guys. Didn't show up on our option scanner, I don't think. Most of the time they do show up as a, as something that, as a resume. Lots of volume. Maybe we don't want to check, just do a quick check to see what the IPO price was and how many shares were issued. Yeah, so Saeed, I know you came in yesterday and you were asking, this is in our YouTube room, what I thought about NXTD. Well, first of all, you know, it's a super penny stock, and this is not the sort of room, you know, because you say it popped. Popped like what? Okay. So I think what you're trying to do is just pump the stock. Maybe you own it, maybe you're, I don't know what your game is, but this is not really the room to try to pump a stock like this, especially when it's doing nothing. Okay? So you've been warned. You know, welcome, you know, you're welcome to be in the room, but I do have a good memory, and I remember you asked me about this one yesterday, and there's nothing happening. Yeah, PGTX. It's interesting the way it's trading now, because if you were looking at it pre-market like I was, I mean, this is PTGX, sorry. This is so orderly now, and it was anything but in the pre-market. You know, there was a horrible spread. It was moving up and down, right around that 20. But I mean, look how orderly it is now, and the spread's a penny. I mean, right now the spread is a penny. Trade of the day. I mean, trade of the day. Okay, there's the first little move, first green candle for grits, GRTS. Yeah, I mean, short, you gotta, I mean, I know people are so reluctant to short, and that's because they've been fed a bunch of nonsense of it. Oh, you could lose all your money. I mean, how do you think the people that had PTGX, yes, I know what you're going to say, but how do you think the people that had this one yesterday, okay, look at this daily chart. Look at the weekly chart even. Look at the monthly chart, how it was surging, surging, surging. But look at this daily chart. Do you think these people had any clue that this was going to happen? And this is holding overnight, of course. So, I mean, I think what was the short I held overnight? I can't remember what it was. But, I mean, shorting, I mean, listen, very, very, very rarely are you going to see something, okay, I'm short this, and all of a sudden it pops $100 on you, okay? I mean, and you should never be leaving your computer anyway, if depending on the type of trade you're in. I don't really have a next favorite one. I mean, maybe just the flip of it. The flip of it. I'm looking at Doma right now. I know it showed we had sort of mixed bag right now. It showed up on the positive side. Now it's showing up on the negative side. I don't really have a next favorite. Now, I've said this before. I'll keep saying it. If I only had one scan to look at, it'd be that one, and I guess the flipped version of it. These two right there. I'm sure I can make a pretty good living just doing that. So, for instance, Neil said, day trading looks overwhelming. The reason it looks overwhelming to somebody who's new is because you're seeing all these alerts coming in, and you're wondering, well, how the heck do I know what to trade? And the reason I have all these is because lots of different trading styles, number one, and it keeps it a little bit more interesting to be able to look at different stocks all day long. I don't display these two for a reason, and I'm sure Becca probably knows the reason. Yeah, Becca's thinking. Aja, are you saying that it's a reversal when it gets down? Are you talking about PGTX? Or when it gets down to 1175? If it gets down there? Okay, so I don't know if that's a political statement, Neil, but if it is, we don't talk politics here at all. I don't know who that is, to be honest. I'm in Canada, so if it's some reference to the United States, I'm not sure who that is, but we don't get into politics in this room whatsoever. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, that's the yeah. I thought I recognized her name. That's the one from Theranos. Okay, that's not political. Okay, just it's a very emphatic statement, but okay. I just wasn't sure. No max, just a min, 75 cents. No max. I mean, it can be as far away as possible. So just the min is 75 cents. Not one alert today from that one. No, Neil, I thought it was political. Okay, I forgot. I know who you're talking about now. That's okay, I guess. Corvus is back. All right, guys. What time is it? 11:43. So I think Andy will be taking over for me in about 15 minutes in our YouTube room. I just want to verify that. Okay, so Ija, I had from Michael Noss, who probably knows what he's talking about. But he does say, I think, the average range of a 15-minute bar, and that is from the. You're talking about the volatility bar. You'll have to check some though, and just see. What is the market doing now? So we had that big hour straight down, a little bit of a base, not really a base at all. I'm sorry. We had a brief blip. Now, another move down. Now we're just kind of meandering a bit, up, down, up, down. I mean, look, the basic new highs and lows will give you good looks of things all day long. I mean, because I have some pretty tough filters in here, so you won't get too many alerts. Yeah, I don't use it, but I mean, we do have some linear regression that you can try out. Okay, then I don't use these, but they are available. You can always. No, you're not a subscriber, so. But linear regression divergence. I don't use these. I don't know anybody. If somebody in the room uses these, then you can always sort of chime in, say, yeah, I use them, and this is how I use it, and it seems to work. We have tons and tons of alerts and filters. Okay, just a minute, please. As promised, there you are. You too, Scooter. Have a great weekend. Every day. Okay, yeah, okay, just a confirmation that it'll be Andy in our YouTube room in about 12 minutes or so. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to pop the YouTube link in case anybody wants to head over there while I'm on my break. Well, this WKSP is still surging higher here. WKSP. This is one I looked at, but I mean, look left. Look how much room it has. Look at the volume today. Yeah, so Sunil, there is what I call the main trading room. You're in their YouTube room, which is absolutely fine, okay? But there is what I call the main trading room. And here is a link for it. It's a lot more active. No, there's no, both rooms are free, okay? There's nothing for premium members, nothing for standard members. The rooms are free. So, but this is what I'm talking about. Anybody in YouTube, if you're looking for a little more action, a lot more activity in what I call the main trading room, okay? More traders involved. The people in YouTube are a lot more shy. Except for Ija. But on a more serious note, I mean, it's a lot easier for me in this room here to hand out links. You know, the copy and pasting in YouTube is terrible. Also, we have more tabs here. So, you know, if a person is interested in swing trading, we have a swing trading tab, very active. Okay, you can talk to other people about swing trading, ideas. And you do a heck of a job, Ija. So are you talking about the web-based version and the app? Is that what you're talking about? Sonny? You can have trade ideas and no, you can have. Oh, I see. No. I see what you mean. No. They override each other. Well, I'm answering a question. I know it gets a little confusing. Sometimes I'm answering a question in our main room versus the YouTube room. We don't have EMAs, Jesse. I know, unbelievably, but we don't have EMAs. You can have EMAs on our charts. You can put EMAs on our charts, but we don't have EMA filters. Why not? Yeah, you'll have to go to info@trade-ideas.com and say, why the heck don't you have EMAs? Okay. Coming from me, let me make sure I typed that in correctly, or I typed it in correctly. If you want the honest answer, always good to give the honest answer. The founders of Trade Ideas, number one, don't believe that much in indicators in the first place, okay? So when they first, 2003, when they started, they said, okay, here are all the indicators, all the filters we're going to use. And I guess they looked at the EMAs and said, you know what? Because every time we add a filter or an alert, it puts a load on the server, okay? Because it's not just, even if only one person uses it, it's available for our 10,000 customers. So I mean, I don't get too involved in the development of it, but that's kind of the main reason. So they looked at EMAs and said, you know what, we're just not going to have them. So but you can put them on the charts. I'm sure it is. If it came from real, I'm sure BGRY is a killer. So you're talking about a short, obviously. Guys, I'm getting set to take my break. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. Another 5 minutes or so. From Sam. So what I see here, I see probably a lot of resistance right around 9, but I've been wrong before. The volume is picking up for sure. But also, just to expand on that, Trade Ideas, versions, etc. You can have Trade Ideas loaded on as many different devices as you want. We have a web-based version. We have, of course, but if you have, say, a laptop, and I'm using a desktop, I have it on. I can have Trade Ideas loaded on as many devices as I want. Can only have Trade Ideas up and running one device at a time. But the big thing is save everything to the cloud. You know, all your work, your layouts, your individual scans, because if you want to load Trade Ideas onto your laptop, you just load the program down, and then you just have to file load from cloud. Okay, and everything will be in here. So you can have your layouts, you just load it, so you don't have to recreate everything from scratch. And as I think Amos pointed out earlier, if you say, you know, he was a customer 5 years ago, luckily he saved everything into the cloud. So even 5 years ago, as long as you use the same email address to sign up again, everything is still there for you. My thoughts on EFTR. Okay, let's take a look at EFTR before I take my break. Well, I mean, I guess it was an IPO last month. I don't know what to make of it. I mean, obviously it is a big, nice pop up to 40. I mean, now it's just sort of resting here at 19. Relative volume is putrid. Okay, it's only 10% of normal at 208. So I have no thoughts on it. I don't know the company. I don't really look at it like that. I don't know what they. I mean, it's obviously it's a bio, but it's doing nothing right now. So this right now would have no. I would have no interest in this right now. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but I have no inputs because I don't know enough about the company other than it's a bio. I mean, I can read the profile, look at the news. That is my little robot cleaner. You obviously were gone when I talked about it before.
Streaming now. Testing 1, 2, 3. You guys let me know when you guys can hear me. Hey Kev, how are you? Aja, how you doing, buddy? All right, man. Welcome to be back in here. Thanks, Chris, for stepping in for me a couple of weeks there. Great to be back. And kind of a precarious moment here in the SPYs. We're going to have to see what happens. It's been defending this 50 period for some time now. I'm sure everybody is aware of that. But boy, it's been a nice little, like I said, defense of the 50 moving average. We'll have to see if it holds this time. And obviously today being quadruple witching, I'm not expecting it to break, but who knows? But anyway, we'll see what happens. But I tell you one thing, there's yeah. I hear you, Kev. That's the thing about, when you do get in type of bearish tape. Now, this by no means is a bearish market, obviously. But a lot of times you can have even though it's not a bear market, you can have a bearish tape. And that's kind of what we've had. I mean, you look over the last couple of weeks here, a lot of selling going on, guys. A lot of red candles. Had one there, an up day, doji there, and then we're back into the selling today. Yeah, I just saw that spear. Boy, it's been nice to catch right on that turn, right to break above that moving average there. If you're watching it. Yeah, you're right. But here's what happens. The traders have been talking a lot of time. These tops you don't get what's called you get a lot of V bottoms, but V tops are kind of rare. It's usually more of a process. So that being said, things to look out for, I think, is a lot of these buy the dippers. Even on these red days, people attempted to, buy the dip, and they got met with selling. Now, this day right here was obviously okay. But over the last couple of weeks, I've noticed, obviously, the buy the dippers have been conditioned now for years. And, at some point, it's not going to work because it's going to be just met with big, when you start to get big funds and pensions and hedge funds selling, yeah, they can. And here's the key to be a successful trader, because I think a lot of traders out there, I know the majority of them have never really traded a bear market. Now, we've had quick moves down, obviously, like we had during the pandemic. But I'm talking about a sustained bear market over several months, not just a quick, 1 month, 3 week dive and then right back up. To me, a lot of people will argue when you get moves like that, and if it hits the 10% mark, oh, we had a bear market, so it's not been a bull market for 14 years or whatever it's been. No, I don't count those. If they can't remain in bear market territory for more than a few days, I don't consider that to be a bear market. Hey, Iris, how are you? So, getting back to my point, the quicker you realize when things stop working, like somebody mentioned, buying the breakouts, you're just not getting the moves that you used to, and they'll still be out there. There'll be the spears and the PLTR this morning. I guess yesterday was when it was. But they're going to be far and few between. You're going to find out that buying highs is not going to work as well as it did in the past. Now, odds will favor buying the market here. I'm not telling you I would never do it going into a weekend. As a matter of fact, I'm out of all longs. I've been in SPX for a while now, and what I do in the market when it starts feeling toppy for me. I will shorten my hold time. In other words, what may have been looking for a swing trade for 3 to 5 days, they may come down to actually a day trade or maybe even a day and a half. I really shorten them. And I usually stay in a hedge like I am right now in the SPXS, and I will trade around that, keep that position, and scalp out to the longs. So if you do get a nice move in the market, you're still playing stocks to the long, but I just shorten my hold time in those. Because if the market does turn and get ugly, I definitely want to be in a triple leveraged short, and I will actually scalp some. I'll maintain a position in them. I think a couple of times already I've sold and then re-entered, sold and then re-entered. So let's say I would maintain a position of like 500 shares of SPXS. Well, maybe I'll buy another 500 for a scalp, and then when I get a nice move, I'll take half of it off. I think I took half this day, and I think on this day right here I actually re-entered next close to the 20. Scalped it out yesterday. So I find myself doing that quite a bit. But right now that's all I am. And a little bit of VIX that I bought some yesterday, and then I added to it today at 26, just in case this market wants to get scary. But a tight stop, on that one, maybe I think I'm stopping out around 24.50. So maybe a buck loser on that one right there if it doesn't work. Rarely trade VIX. It's VXX. I haven't done it in, years. Long, almost a year probably, but just in case this market wants to get ugly. I'll still, and I'm just telling you guys, I know a lot of traders out there, they email me and they say they love to hear, what I'm doing. So I'm not the type to brag or anything, but I'll look for day trades as well. Yesterday, LIDR was just ripping. I did not want to chase it. I was kind of late, but what I did, I bought LAZR, and I bought it at 1632 when LIDR was ripping, and look at that little pop I got. Now I scalped out half at 1704, and then I got out of my rest at 7 because I just saw it wasn't going to bounce, so I got out of the rest. So I'll definitely look for day trades. Hey, Mike, how are you, buddy? But I am noticing in the overall market that the umph in these bounces so far, they haven't been there hasn't been a whole lot to them. Uh, yeah, for you day traders, there have been some great trades this week from Barry's. I think I participated in a couple of those from Barry's option window. It's been nice, and his watch list sometimes produce some good ones. Yes, yes, Kev. A lot of breakouts are rolling right over. You got to be quick, especially on some of these short squeezes, like you saw in SDC today. Uh, you know, got a lot of people probably try to short it too early, but it got right up here to this kind of ledge right here. That's where it kind of peaked out, and boy, it just rolled over really quick. I mean, one I was in the other day, I mean, I made money, but I was sorely disappointed. Was gosh, it was just exploding with volume, and this is so typical of what you're seeing. What was it? F cell. Uh, I bought it on this day around I don't know. It was a gap up on strong earnings, huge volume. I think I bought it around 640 or something like that. Had a great move, and uh, I scalped it out, but gosh, look at that, just totally retraced. And so you're seeing this a lot, those big upward wicks. So that's what I'm talking about when I say, man, take them quick, And this, when the tape starts to feel like it possibly could be turning, yeah, Kev, it's a very great point. They just don't last as long and they roll over quickly. Why you have to adapt, and trust me, guys, if it's coming at some point, I don't know when. But a bear market's coming at some point, and I can tell you through experience that typically it will blow up a lot of traders because, especially this one, our next one, because a lot of people have never traded a bear market, and it's a different animal. You can catch some great up moves, but boy, you just got to be quick, and you got to be fast getting out a lot of times. But there can be some, what's the old saying? Some of the best bull moves are in bear markets or something like that. That's true. There's a reason for that, because not only do you have predominantly bulls in the marketplace looking for turns and looking for entries, well, then you have that piling in, and then you have the short sellers covering. So that's why you have some incredible moves, in a bear market. But getting ahead of ourselves, we're nowhere near a bear market at this point, but have to keep an eye. Yeah, when you say tape, Kev, are you talking about level two, which would be level two? Back in the olden days, it was the tape. I'm more better. I'm probably better at reading charts, than I would say tape and things like that. But which is just a reflection of the tape, really. So I guess in essence, you would be reading the tape, but yeah, I'm pretty good. The problem with a lot of times is, as with a lot of people, you get these ideas in your head, and if you're wrong, you just have to you have to get out or hedge yourself, or whatever you do. So since I'm more of a swing trader, of course I've shortened my longs to more like day trades, just because I'm not seeing any follow through in anything. Yeah. I don't level two in time and sales. There was a time, back when I started 20 plus 22, 23 years ago. Yeah, I was real good at reading the time and sales. And that's back when we traded it in teenies, 1/6. We used to call them teenies. So basically, every move was 6 cents, which made it a lot easier, because you could. And we were the fast ones back then, the So's Bandits they called us, and oh man, it was a great time to be a trader, that's for sure, because you were fast, you were kind of new to the marketplace, and the spreads, you didn't have these penny spreads. Your moves, you could get what now is a 4-point move is 4 cents. Back then it was a quarter. So you could make 25 cents like that, buy you a couple thousand shares and just scalp it out real quick. It was a fun time to be a trader. Inefficiencies. They were inefficiencies in the marketplace, and of course we capitalized on those inefficiencies. But the market always has a way of also kind of getting rid of those inefficiencies, and that's kind of what happened with first it was the decimalization, and then after that it was, of course, high frequency trading. That was a slap in the face. That made it tougher, that's for sure. And that's when I kind of moved away from the micro scalping and started trying to hold on to trades longer. You had to, because you're not going to beat the high frequency traders at micro scalping. You can on this stuff, a lot of the stuff, these low floaters, but. This ride's been holding up well. Notice Tesla's been really holding up well up here. Apple, not so much. Still, I'm having a nice day. Looks like it wants to go to highs from the revenue growth fishing. Overstock, a nice base there for basically a month and a half. That's kind of what I look for when I'm looking for a nice base, a nice 6 weeks of basically trading sideways. Put alert in that just in case it's up there. Here's another one that hasn't been working well lately because of the tape. This is one where you get that pull back and then you get a bar reversal. Actually, this one you'd have got yesterday once it took out that high from yesterday. But I've noticed, boy, a lot of these are failing, kind of like that. You go and take it out and then it drop right back. Interesting, a little volume there though. But alert that goes back to highs. But won't be doing anything today as far as with the quadruple witching, and I'm just feeling a lot of selling pressure. The market's having a hard time bouncing here at the 50, and if I do anything, it would just be a quick scalp. Oh, there's another one popped up, bar reverse, and I'm seeing a lot of this. So when I start seeing that, this tells me there's a lot of selling pressure. There you go, right there, boom, right back down. If you have an alert like this that in a nice bull market will produce a lot of profitable trades, and then all of a sudden they stop working, it may give you kind of an idea that hey, the winds for the time being feel like they're kind of changing. How the shippers holding up today? They've been really strong lately. I think last time I looked, they weren't holding up all that great. Yeah, they're pulling back today with the market. This was a great trade of the week call. It not too long ago. Got some nice percentages on that DSX. I think it was right in here. Had to be patient. I wasn't. I think I got out on this day, right? Or one of these days, I can't remember right in here. But for whatever reason, probably that ugly day there where you had a big old topping tail. Of course, it gaps up the next day and goes higher. All right. Hi, Sam. How are you? Stem cell did go to highs. A bit of volume coming in as it goes to highs. Hey, not bad at all. Going pretty good over here. Key pivot level here. So probably one I won't watch today, even though volume's coming in, and plus you're getting to a 50-period moving average. You can see the pivot level right here as we get up closer. Boom, boom. Been hitting this level, 5 or 6 times over the last 6 weeks. So maybe one to watch. One I'll be watching for. Let me put that a little bit higher in case it wants to go on maybe Monday or something. I'm sure it'll trigger today and rip because I'm not interested in buying it today. Nice one in grits today for Holly, for you short sellers. Yeah, I've noticed the short's been doing better too than the longs. Something else that may be tipping you off, that the market's, when you start seeing these algos, the short ones are outperforming the longs lately, so that can change. TRHC. Interesting. Definitely a kind of a bottom fishing there. No, well, nowhere near its lifetime range, but definitely one that's been beaten up. Decent volume today. Looks like kind of a low floater, not too bad. Doesn't do a whole lot of volume normally. Well, yeah, 263. That's probably tradable. Yeah, not bad. I mean, you definitely have some coming up on some congestion it'll have to get through. We just kind of marry it up where it's trading right now, and here you got a level that is kind of congested, and not only that, just a little bit higher. You got some right there, so a lot to get through for sure. But and also you have the 20-period moving average, so may need a little more volume than it's doing now to get through those areas. But hey, it's definitely trying. I like that little shakeout bottoming tail right there. When I say shakeout, probably a lot of people gave up on that day, and then it came back, closed near highs, kind of a little a spinning top, almost a doji, then a doji the next day. So yeah, not bad. Obviously, it's in a downtrend, so I would be taking some profits if I'm in something like that. Maybe at this level, that's just me. Anytime the stock's in a downtrend and I'm looking for a turn, I'm quick to take profits on the first half anyway. Let's see if anything else is coming through. I got my a lot of shorts. Market's trying to dig in. Yeah, I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see us, bounce and then close kind of down, still down on the day, but kind of have a little tail down to below the 20 moving average and back up, and then see what next week brings. Brian, the screen, I don't think. Are you guys seeing a foggy screen? I haven't heard anybody else saying anything, so Brian, it may be on your end. Sam, is that yes, you're seeing a foggy screen, or just yes, you're looking at that level? Okay, let me see if I can do that. Okay. Hopefully I don't know if it's going to adjust while I'm sharing. Let me look at my settings here. Somehow that's what happened last week. My audio settings got jacked for some reason. Let me do the stream here. Output. Let me ask Michael. He'll know. Okay, I'm asking Michael. He's going to come in and take a look. Okay. Michael's saying it looks fine. So you guys might want to uh, maybe refresh your screen in saying. Let's see what else. Yeah, refresh your screen. Some of you that may be seeing some fogginess or something. Yeah, I don't know. So, somehow my things got all screwed up. My settings. I can't change it while I'm streaming though, guys. Yeah, Chris says it's been doing it to him too. So for whatever reason, yeah, this OBS. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to work out this with the boys here. Yep, I'm gonna have to. I'll have to do it later, guys. I'm sorry. I can't change these settings while I'm streaming. Let's see, Iris. Let's see. Can you think of a scanner showing strong pullback and starting to reverse on high volume? That's. Are you talking about like a intraday or a daily pattern? So in other words, you want the sell off to be over a few days or just intraday? Daily. Okay, let me. Gosh, there was. see here. I think there was one a while back. Was it 20? No. Two-day high. I'm trying to think of it. That's a problem with these things. You build them, years ago, and you can't think of the name of them when you want to pull them up. Well, let's just try to build something. Let's do new alert window. Start from scratch. All right, so obviously it's not going to be hitting a new high since it's reversing, so we're going to have to go with like a 15-minute high. Okay.
LILM.
Let's do something like this. Let's do change. I know you want it reversing off of the 20, but if you really want to catch something that's just been destroyed, there's a good chance a lot of those are going to be below their 20. So let's actually do something. Let's do change from. I'm going to try something here, see what we get. Let's do change from 10 SMA. Filter, and we're going to do a negative. I think Barry built one of these kind of not too long ago. We'll start out with negative 20%. Volume today, let's do at least 200,000. Change from the close. We want it up on the day. If we want to put a change from the close minimum of 0. And let's try position in previous day's range around 90. And let's do volume in the 5-minute to make sure there's volume coming in. And we'll just start out with about 200% just to make sure. I mean, I don't even know if we're going to get anything from these things. We'll add some columns here. Relative volume in the 5-minute. So we take a look, and we'll want to know how much it's been beaten up below the 10-period moving average. We'll call this maybe a bounce. Speaking of bouncing, the SPYs are bouncing right now. And let's take a look at this one right here. Oh, that was at 8:32, so we're not getting a whole lot. We may have to, that's going to be the only one, isn't it? Yeah, so let's go in here and change so we can get, maybe do the 10. And we'll change this to 10%. Just see what happens. Oh. Looks like that's the only one. So This one would have been decent, little bounce for in the morning, if you're looking for things that, went from basically 383 where the alert was, so 443, so a nice percentage bounce in, but it is selling off. HLF, there you go. There's a nice one right there. Been beaten up. And you don't want to try to catch like a falling knife. This is why I said the position in the previous day's range. Maybe you want it close to yesterday's high. So in other words, it's too much of a risk to just catch falling knives just because they look like they're bouncing on the intraday. I think we would probably want something like this that kind of is putting it. But that's a great one right there. Nice little trade after being beaten up for a few days. Let's take a look at the previous day and see if we saw anything. Oh, a lot of things yesterday. There you go. That one, still seeing some follow through. I mean, it's to me, it's totally a scalp trade because they've been beaten up. There you go. You see, you'd have gotten this in yesterday, right when it took out yesterday's high. Now you had to sit through a little pullback, but still you got some continuation there for a nice little bounce. Look at that one yesterday right there. Boom. So seeing some pretty good stuff in here. Would have had a little bit of a bounce in this one yesterday. I get a little bit nervous as we get to the end of the day. There you have it. Ooh, this one's it's called base too. It's basing for about 3 days, so could be one to look for a bounce. So anyway, yeah, it's definitely just a oversold bounce type of trade. And once again, I think I'd be leery any of them coming through at the the end of the day. I'd look for the ones earlier if possible. So this may be something that works for you. What about the RS line? What are you referring to? Relative strength line. That's something I really don't. Do we even have that as a? Do we even have a relative strength line? Yeah, I don't. I'm not. I don't think, to me, if you're looking for things, something that's been beaten up on the daily, obviously there's not going to be. Strong momentum is not going to be associated with a daily chart that's been beaten up. Now it may be strong momentum in the short time, as it maybe bounces through, you get some short covering, but there's nothing relative strength about these plays. Because you're asking for something to be, kind of beaten up on the daily chart. This is definitely more of a kind of a, bounce play, looking for things that are well below their 10 moving average. So maybe a kind of reversion to the mean. They've, got to be 10% below their 10 moving average, which means they sold off pretty good in the last 10 days, even though many of them may have just done it in the last 2 or 3 days. It's more of a type of reversion to the mean type trade. So it's not going to be strong momentum. Momentum is associated with stocks like Barry's option scanner. Yeah, I'll share this. I'll put it back on real time. And you could play, if you want to get more stuff coming through, you could definitely play around with the with the filters. It's one of those kind of trades that if you're wrong, you need to get out quick. Obviously, if the selling resumes. Let me put it on real time, and we will save and share. And here you go. Maybe a bounce. Yeah, that one. See, there you go. This one, yeah. You know, you have to be quick. This would have came out earlier too, I'm sure. Let's see. Today, yeah, you would have gotten this at 383, like I said. So, would have been a nice trade for 40 minutes, but then you got to take your profits, or, you know, huge gap down. I'm always looking, if I'm going to do anything like that, play it quick, and it ran right up to these kind of moving averages and came right back in. So probably not one, yeah, for, I mean, I would play for like a longer term swing trade. Keep that over here just in case. I'll just minimize it just in case something else wants to come through. Oh, you're welcome, Iris. Let's do a check on the indices real quick. The ETFs, I should say. Q is trying to get a little bounce. Not expecting a big move on a Friday, but you know what? This market has surprised me before, so I'm not going to say. And it is option expiration, quad witching, so I guess anything can happen. SPYs, same thing, trying to hold, and this is what I was saying. Got alert, IRDM. Let's check it out. Not bad. Bar reversal after being beaten up. A lot of red bars. Little volume coming in. All right, so yeah, I would not be a bit surprised if we kind of just close, you know, like this, right around our 50-period moving average. We'll see. VIX is not pulling back as much as I thought it would, so maybe some benefit of going into the weekend. People may be buying a little protection. Oh, there's IRD. See that IRDM and that alert I set? Look at it. Also came through this. So this is like I said, a beautiful. I'm pretty sure everybody has it. It'll show you some nice setups, just like this IR, DM. So whether they go or not, I don't know. Yeah, well, Mike, I don't know if I call that an ATM, but hey, maybe you catch a few coming through there. CRVS, take a look. Yeah, trying to go back to highs. It's huge relative volume, 838. Yeah, so that's definitely some strength there. Position in a lifetime range, still at the lower end of it. So yeah, this is one that's definitely trying to raise. I wonder if it's on my Dawn of the Dead. Let's take a look at Dawn of the Dead. We hadn't looked at that one in a while. I think, well, Mike C used to fancy this one. I'm not sure if he still does, but Clovis is on there. Remember that one? Ooh, that was an ugly open. Ah, nice go pause go there. And I was, see, what was that one I was looking for? No, it's not on there for some reason. I don't know why. Oh, it's probably not low enough, and it's got to be in the lower, I think. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's got to be in the lower 10%. I think that one we just looked at, who mentioned it? CRVS was at 15%, so that's why it's not in this one. Looking to catch it. Now, it probably was. It may have been this morning when it was trading down here. Well, this one has been beaten up. This is actually pretty full. Maybe a lot of people are. There's Nicola. Look at that. Yeah, nice little 6. I noticed, Ride was having a pretty good, hanging on pretty good today, too. So maybe time for maybe some a bounce in these beaten up solars. What's that Solo doing? Not solars, but cars. Yeah, they're all up on the day, so. F-Cell finally got a bounce. RMO, another one. Yeah, maybe one to keep an eye out. Maybe on Monday on some of these. You might want to keep an eye on some of these electric vehicle companies. Seeing quite a few of them on my Dawn of the Dead and holding up well. Even though they're ugly on the daily, they are showing relative strength today. Yeah. It hasn't been easy for anybody, and especially that's why I've man, if I see nice profits, I'm taking them, man.
Wow.
A great example was that F-Cell, just was doing incredible volume on that day and just, ended up putting up a big old wick. I mean, luckily I scalped some out, and of course once it broke down, I sold the rest. I think 76, 75 is where I just gave up on it. Yeah, it broke through its 10-period moving average. So, but yeah, when you start seeing things like that, these one moves and done, it can be pretty frustrating. Fuse, is that what you're talking about? Yeah, Fuse was SPAC, isn't it? Look at that move. It's just you got to be careful with these, because if you watch them, they're not, most of them, they don't have very much cash. I saw one the other day, it had $170. Not $170,000, $107. Of course, you don't expect a SPAC to be loaded with cash because they're just an acquisition company trying to, just raise it, and it's probably not, since it's not their money, it's not even showing us cash. I don't know, but yeah, you got to be careful with them. That's ugly. Maybe it bounces on the 10 at the 10 here, $10 level. Yeah, Mike. If we do, like I say, if the tape starts getting ugly and a lot of these things aren't working, I know it's hard sometimes, but some of these fading strategies, fading those moves, let those people who are stubborn and want to keep chasing these things on breakouts, maybe you just start to fade. Great example today was, STC. Now the problem is you got to know it's bouncing now, but boy, if where to kind of fade these things, you can make some decent money on scalping these short sides. I wouldn't be surprised if it fails here. That IRDM's not failing yet. I have to leave a few minutes early today. I got to go pick up my daughter at school. So Barry will probably be taking over here in about 5 minutes. Yeah, that's what I like to see right there, Vix, is not getting jammed like you normally do when the market bounces a little bit. You kind of definitely feel some buying as far as risk, taking some risk off the table by some put options or whatever. People. No. I'm telling you, I haven't been trading all that great, but I think a lot of possibly my profits are on the come here with if we do get ugly. But if we don't, I'll just start buying stuff and scalping it. That's how I protect my short positions. Okay, Barry's offering to take it over now. So, guys, thank you so much, man. It's good to be back and talk to you guys here on a Friday. I'm gonna let Barry take over since I gotta go pick up my daughter. So let him know. All right, guys, have a great weekend.
All right, you YouTubers, you can probably hear me. Maybe you can hear Andy as he's saying goodbye. I may be talking over him. I apologize. So Doma obviously was a choppy one. I mean, it's the first time I can remember that we had one on the way up in terms of the option scanner and then one on the way down. That's kind of why I decided not to take it. I mean, there was room on the way down, but I don't like it when you get conflicting signals. So I did not want, okay, great guys. Thank you. You can hear me. So that's why I did not want to take it from that option scanner on the way down. So you have to analyze each trade on its own. I am not a fan of algo trading. Look at this OBSV. excuse me, OBSV. What sort of room does it have? 359, not bad. I mean, the next high looking left is 359, I believe. Yeah, so I mean, if we get some volume, I mean, problem is it's extended on the 15s. It's just extended. But you know, you look left and it has the room. So if it sort of bases here for a while and then puts in a move, it might have a shot to get up to this area, which wouldn't be bad if it on a percentage basis, it wouldn't be bad. As opposed to CHX. This is a breakdown through that whole number, kind of getting close to that 200-day moving average, 21.42, about 40 cents away. All right, then kudos to Zorro. All right, wow, okay guys, look at the volume that just came into surf, SURF. Volume, look at the volume that came in. Look at on the 15, that's not, what time is it? 12:59, so this will close in about 30 seconds, but that is a, you know, pretty distinct volume bar. I mean, obviously there's the biggest one of the day and they started, but this is a pretty big volume bar for surf coming in, so there's some little bit of activity here. Yeah, the Corvus. Well, Real called it also. I didn't see your call. I'm sure you had it, Ija, but I know Real called it also, the Corvus, when it held the 200-day, I think. I'm not sure I saw your call. I'm sure you had one. I'll wait for your next one. Life. Yeah, I just don't know how to trade these. You mentioned it. I just don't know how to trade them. They're too choppy to me. You know, topping tail here, bottoming tail here. Listen, I mean, it's in play, obviously. It's been in play for, this is the 5th day, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's been in play for about 5 days. It just doesn't, I just don't know, you know, what to do with them. I'll be honest. It just doesn't suit my eye. Surf continues here, guys. Surf definitely continues here. Problem again, though, look at that. I mean, you've got, it's coming into little resistance areas. There's the high right there is 680. High right there is 672. So it's at that high. 680 is the next one. 694. So, you know, between here and 7, it could really, really, really stall. Oh, that was the one you were talking about, the 1175. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if it was the PTGX, which would have been incredible, but if it gotten all the way down there. Boy, this is just basing. You can see what could happen, guys. I mean, if it ever gets some selling pressure, big volume bar pushing it down, I mean, it has got, the next level is 919. So I'm talking about the TCRR. EZFL, let's take a look at EZFL. I know that was in serious play yesterday. All right, does Corvus have any more left in it? Get through that 450 mark. Again, you have to look left, and 574, no, I'm sorry, 508. I mean, it's got room. It's got room. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Alrighty, wow, this is really moving now. So again, look left, 450, I'm sorry, 458 was the next high looking left on the weekly. So, just be aware of that. Not saying it's going to stall it on the weekly, but I mean, it's right there. Bid 457, 458. I mean, it got right to that bid. I'm sorry, on the ask. FLGC, let's take a look at, haven't seen this one. This used to be so active a few weeks ago. FLGC, floral growth, cannabis play. Yeah, I mean, I just don't, I mean, look, as a day trade, I mean, it's obviously had a nice day, nice run. Look at the daily though. CRVS, guys, it took out that, okay, so now your next level is, I think, 5. When I say level, the next high looking left, I believe is going to be 508. 508 is the next high looking left. Whoopee. So, I mean, here it is, guys. I mean, 393 right here. I mean, it wasn't straight up or anything like that, but again, this is a watch list. It's a watch list. I don't know how many times people ask me, well, how do I know when to take a trade? Well, first of all, it's a watch list, so follow it all day long. You can get a setup, you get an alert like we did here, and then it pulled back. I mean, the alert was at 393, and it pulled back. Reset your alert for 393, okay, and see what happens. And if you had done that, you would have been rewarded. And when I say an alert, a price alert. You're not using our price alerts. You're not using the full power of trade ideas. Is that a CGRN? Doodle Dum? CGRN. Let's take a look at CGRN. Well, it's having a nice break on the daily today. For it, good volume. It doesn't trade very much, obviously. 361,000 shares. That represents 4 times normal. So this does not trade very much. Not sure, what I could add to that. It's above last month's high. The previous month was about 579. Just doesn't look that interesting to me. I'm sorry. It's just got too many little areas where it could stall, and it doesn't trade very much. All right, Ija, your grits, GRTS. Yeah, it's starting to inch its way up. You call the reversal at 1175. There's always one poor sport in the room. Always starting with the letter W and ending in S. And of course, I just tease William. You got it. Okay, I see another one just showed up in the option scanner. Let's take a look at OSUR. All right, well that would have been really quick. 1258, what did it get up to? 1290, but it pulled right back down. So I'm not sure if you could have got it anywhere close to 1258. It might have been moving too quickly, and certainly to try to get it out at the top. So, but let's just see what happens if it can. On the monthly chart, I mean, it's got room to 16. I'm not saying it's going to get there. On the weekly chart, I think it's got the same sort of room to 1440. So on the weekly chart, it's got a couple of dollars before it hits the next high. A lot of volume came in. Look at the volume that came in. And I'm sure some of you might have pounded that one down. Because yes, Becca, it is shortable. 3.6 million shares available at Interactive Brokers. You have to have Interact. Do you have Interactor brokers? Well, you need Interactor brokers. Your broker may have something similar. But this is what it looks like with Interactor brokers. It's telling me how many shorts are available. Well, Becca, let's you and I take $1 million each and see if it depletes it by $2 million. All right, guys. What time is it? 1:14. Today is Friday. I'm going to leave this one here in the simulator for a while. Both the BOEX and the Fuse, just to see what happens once the merger happens, just for fun. I am not sure. Let me just see if I can see specific news. I don't know. I don't think there's a date yet. The company, of course, is defined, Money Lion. I just don't see a date, a specific date yet. You might have to look at the, I don't have time to do it. You might have to look here. Okay, so we're September 21st, company special meeting scheduled to obtain approvals required to consummate the business combination. Okay, so September 21st is the key date, obviously. Yes, it showed up earlier and then yesterday. But September 21st is obviously a key date. $512 million contract. Okay, I see that right here. Yeah, 107. Is that when you got it? Well, Zach can't hear me. 107 in at Interactor Brokers. Raymond James says that they. All right, so for the Volta that had the quick pop, I'm just going to stick the alert back up, use it like a watch list, back up to where, or the price alert, where the alert happened, and see if it happens later on. You know, I mean, the volume is completely dwindled, but all of a sudden, if we get a big volume bar that pushes it up, it could have another run. So that is for the VLTA. The alert was at 1356. I mean, it popped up to 1433 before it came back down. Well, guys, I mean, it's starting to work. I mean, it's slow, slow, slow. The TCRR, remember I was telling you about this? This was from the AI. It was basing, 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 basing up here. Finally had a little move down. I mean, it's slow, but hey, I'll take slow. So again, I just want to point this out. You know, those of you with the AI, always looking for, well, how do you trade it? How do you trade it? Use it like a watch list. So look what happened with TCRR. So we had the alert, 1035 at 1075. What did it do from there? Well, actually, it went up over $11. It got up to $11. So you may have thought, oh, well, I guess that's it. Wrong. You know, all you have to do is stick an alert, the original alert price, and see if it ever triggers again. That's all I did. I mean, that's all I did. So it triggered again because obviously it came back down. And then I started watching it, seeing if it could really start to break out of this consolidation. I mean, is it incredible? No, but I'll take if this goes down another dime or so, I mean, I'll take a 30 or 40 cent move on a $10 stock any day. By the way, guys, just a minute. All right, well, life is on the move. I know, Sam, you're going to say life, life, life. I know you are. A little bit of a break here. It is showing up now on the option volume next high looking left. Look at Pace. Pace did the same thing. It's the first two we've had today. So again, why Pace? And the alert was at 11:35. So A little bit of a base here, not bad for on the 15, a pop. And of course, when you look left, I mean, I don't know how far back you've got to go to see the next high. You got to go back here this month. But it's at least 75 cents away. If I expanded this daily chart right out, it's at least 75 cents away from the next high. It's possible it's, you know, a lot more. Meanwhile, the market is drifting down more, so we've had yeah, we're down in everything. Let's just do a quick look to see what the major ETFs are doing. See if there's anything that's good. Not when I say good, I don't care up or down, but let's just see if there is anything that is positive at all. And the answer is the only one is consumer staples. Yeah, the only one is consumer staples, and you know, it's basically 50-50. So, if you were going to get into trades and you were looking at something that wasn't, you know, didn't have any news specific for it today, either earnings or some kind of news, and you wanted to take an energy play, well, then you'd have to say to yourself, why would you? I mean, virtually every energy play is down. Look at all the financials. In tech, virtually every tech stock is down. So I mean, if you wanted to take a tech stock off, you know, that wasn't on this list, you'd have to, and it didn't have some news for it that could cause it to move. You know, you'd have to question doing that, right? Whereas at least with consumer staples, half of them are up, so you have a sort of a 50-50 chance of you know, if you got into one that looked like it was moving. At least you're not totally against the sector. Whereas if you went long on any financial today, you're going against the sector. All right, guys, TCRR is starting to, it gave me what I was hoping for. So can you get some kind of an insight on how to use the AI? How I'm using it anyway. There's no video on this, but people get very hung up on, well, I missed my entry. It's 1075 and it went to 1073. You know, it's over. I can't take it. Or it did what it did. It went up to 11, sat there for a while before it drifted back down. You know, use it as a watch list. For all the reasons why the AI identified this here, they could still be in play if it comes back. So two great alerts, I mean, really, on the short side. The other ones, not so good. But these are both in the exactly the price range I love. Under $10, under $20. I'm just waiting on this TCRR to see if it has one more little leg down. Just give me a moment here, guys. Again, I'm just concentrating on the TI. You know, I'm just waiting to see if it's going to have any sort of a pop. Come on, give me one. Give me something into the 20s for TCRR. Boy, OPAD must be sinking here. Yeah, OPAD. All right, now I'm getting this in the basic new highs and lows. She is saying TCRR. She meaning text to voice. All right, somebody asked about SDC to the hell. I'm not sure I know what that means. Was that just a typo? Yeah, I mean, is it just chopping around? Guys, I'm just watching the TCRR and I just want to see if it can have a further break into the 20s, or I might cover some. If it pops up into 35, I'll probably... Oh, there it goes. My phone's saying, how about a walk? Boy, this is really, I mean, this is like the PGTX, guys. I mean, you know, bad news, horrible news. Big negative phase 1, phase 2 reaction. So even from my watch list here at 11:07, at 9:45. So that was actually earlier than the AI. All right, guys, I've covered some. I want to see if it moves into the high 30s. If it moves to the high 30s, I'm going to be out everything. But you see that bottoming tail right down here? A bit of a, you know, maybe saying that's enough for a while. All right, what else? What else we got here? Yeah, surf another new high. Yeah, in my watch list, absolutely. Surf is another new high. I don't love it because you know, I think that 7 might, but hey, it had a nice move from the watch list 664, modest 681. OCGN, let's take a look at OCGN. I know that's been active. I haven't seen it today, I don't think. Well, it's sort of active on the way down right now. All right, the grits is bouncing now, guys. The grits, GRTS, is bouncing. It had that little jog down. I thought, well, maybe the bounce was over, but maybe not. Nice call by Ija. He called it an 1175 on a bounce. I did not take the trade. I was actually looking right around here, then it started moving down. It's looking more interesting now, though. The fact that that pulled back and then right up. It's coming into the Bollinger Band on the 5-minute chart. Okay, just give me a moment, please. I want to do this, my Twitter thing. Just give me a moment. All right, done. Now, I never talk really about Twitter too much. I mean, I do have a Twitter feed. Anybody interested? I don't tweet. It's only stocks and not very many tweets. But here is my Twitter. Oops. At bbaroon44. What I do is I post that. I post the pre-market actives in the during the pre-market. On Mondays, I'll post the trade of the week, and at the end, and the other one I will post is the video that I do every day. So there would be 2 a day for sure, and then on Mondays it'd be 3. The only other thing I do is, when we have a special or promotion on, I'll post it into Twitter also, but I'm not a big Twitter guy. Sorry, Sam, I did not like life. I just did not like it. All right, guys, this is starting to move here. This was halted earlier. PRTH was halted earlier. However, what do we see up here? We see the 200-day moving average. There's PRTH, guys, on the move, and now it took out. It took that 200-day moving average out so far. PRTH. Yeah, I have that on a thumbnail reel, just underneath 22 right now, isn't it? HLBZ. We have shorts for PRTH at Interactive Brokers, 170,000 of them. So you guys are going to start piling into those shorts. I mean, there's that 200-day. I mean, if it falls down below it, okay, HLBZ, now it's through 22. Well, I mean, you can see the tops right there of that 15-minute chart. So, I mean, it got up to 25.74. I'm going to take this one. Remember, I don't even know what the float is on this. But it's probably very low and it'd be very whippy. PRTH, PRTH. You guys are crazy. Take some time off. Man. Boy, look at OPAD just getting thumped. OPAD is just getting thumped. OSUR, guys, I mean, it's a great move now. I mean, it had a pullback. OSUR from the option scanner, 1258, 1297. Can it break 13? I mean, it's got room. Look at the monthly chart. Look at that weekly chart. It's got room. Really? It's in the scanner. Maybe you have a higher limit, 4,200 contracts, but that's 8 times normal. No, no shame at all. No, it doesn't trade very much. You can see right now 1.3 million is 35 times normal. Somebody asks, it doesn't trade very much? Well, guys, PRTH is not ready yet. I mean, that's a nice bump again. Look at the volume that came in. What's happening with IPHA? Well, there was news this morning, so if that's what you're talking about, there was news. So nothing's happening now, but there was news this morning. All I need to do just check the news. Lyric had a $9 price target put on it. I mean, that's the only news I could find. So it had the big pop and it's pulled back and now it's doing nothing. Now, guys, I'll let you do it, but of course you will come to this room still, right? Between 9 and 3. Typically, I do not let somebody come in and say, I want to create a Discord room, but seeing that it's a Zach who can't hear me, well, the chart says nothing. I mean, it's just saying that it's resting. Somebody's asking me about IPHA. I mean, you can, I mean, look. I mean, it doesn't know which way it wants to go. All the volume is completely tapered off, so it's just doing nothing right now. If you're asking me which way I think it's going to go, I have no idea. If you can hear me. By the time 3 o'clock comes, I am done, guys. It is. All right, so I'm just going to try to, there's a question in our YouTube room, okay, and it's about IPHA. And so if you got in at 10, where's your stop? If you know what I'm talking about. You're right. Where's your stop? Can you hear me? Oh, you're short. Oh, you're short IPHA. Okay. Well, I don't know where it's going from here. I mean, you say your stop's at 12, so you're short at 10. Okay, like I can't help you there. I mean, if you're Okay, I just want to understand. You're short this one, IPHA, at $10, and now you want to know where to put a stop? Okay, no, so you're not short. You're in at 10 long and you were hoping it goes to 12 and now you're down $2. Is that correct? See, before you got into the trade, you had to know where your stop was. I'm sorry to say it like that, but that's part of what we talk about, money management. When you get into the trade at 10, you have to know where your stop is. And if you don't know where your stop is, then you shouldn't be taking the trade. No, he's not. I don't. Well, I have no idea if it's going to come back. I'm sorry, man. Like, you're asking me to be look in my crystal ball. I have no idea if it's going to come back. Okay? I mean, yes, Leary put a $9 price target on it and got all excited, got up to 12, but I have no idea if it's going to come back. But you're down $2. I mean, I don't, you better make sure, how much you can afford to risk on the trade before you get into a trade. Sorry. It's one of the things we preach in here. I don't teach trading so much, but we always talk about money management. And when you get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out. This is not sort of an after the fact, well, I get in at 10 and I'll figure out later. I'm not dumping on you specifically. This is, just general information. By Friday afternoon, I'm done. Yep, Cam. Somebody begged me to host it on Saturday or something. I mean, I said, come on. You've got to. I mean, I don't know. For me, I need time off. I mean, I don't want to be spending time looking at charts all day long. I know William and obviously Zach and maybe even Real. I don't know. But some of you, hey, great if you want to do that. But I need time off. Yeah, crypto is 24 hours a day. Absolutely. 7 days a week. Never traded it. I guess I can now at Interactive Brokers, I guess, but I just I just don't want to start staring at my phone all day long. Well, surf is just surfing right up, guys. I mean, it is straight up. It's you can't chase it now, but boy, what a look at this 15-minute chart. Straight up after that break right here around 650. All right, Corvus had the pullback. I'm not in this one anymore. It did have the pullback, and the high was 478, and that is exactly. I thought it was exactly the high of one of these. Maybe not. Oh, that's right. The high before was 458. So the next high looking left is around 408, 508. I mean, it has a shot. I mean, it's impressive that it's got through this. Look at that weekly chart. Look at all the stuff happening on that weekly chart. So it is through that now. So the next high again is 508. So I mean, it's got a shot, you know, now that it's recovered after that little pullback. Yeah, I tried not to say it, Ija. I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything interesting happening. Well, I mean, look at SUR, guys. I mean, the longer it holds this 13 level, you know, the longer it holds 13, and shoot. I'm looking for a pop here, but I want to see some volume. I want to see a big volume bar to pop it through, because if you look left, I mean, it still has room. 1446 on the weekly chart. So, I mean, it has some room before it hits any sort of resistance. This one showed up yesterday, guys. This DMYI, I believe it's a SPAC. Yeah, it's a SPAC. It showed up. It showed up yesterday, also in the option scanner. I mean, this is what it did. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to do the same thing. Look what it did. It came out of the option scanner around the same price. Now they are. Who are they looking to buy? This is the same sort of thing. Planet's agreement to become a publicly traded company. Starting to see some of these SPACs light up a little bit. If you looked at the option scanner yesterday afternoon, I think about the last 5 or 6 of them were all SPACs that just did something like this. But the problem is they come right back down. I'm sure when you're saying it's nice, it's probably found its way down after that. So it got up to 742. Well, let's do a little recap, guys. I mean, you know, you can see here are the ones from the option scanner today. I thought we'd have more, so I don't have to show you the actual. So CRVS 393. You know what? I will break it out just so we can show you guys why it's my favorite. I have to do a history. Okay, well, you know what? I'll just show it like this. I will show it like this. So there's CRVS at 946. The alert was at 393. Okay? So, as a watch list. So what did it get up to finally? 476. SDC, which I didn't really like, but okay. 952. 697 was the alert. Got up to 744. I think Doma was the one that didn't move. 885. I mean, it got to 910, not terrible. This one was very quick. VLTA, 1356. And got up to 1437. I don't think this one moved at all. RGS, 417. Yeah, not really. And here's the OSUR, 1258. Gets up to 1334. And this one, again, this is a SPAC. I'm sure it's, you know, I mean, I could say, yeah, I mean, I mix emotions about these. But I mean, there are your results right here. Now, here are the ones on the way down. 1312 for the GRTS. Got down to 1141. PDGX. Even though we could easily be shorting this earlier, but even if you missed it all earlier, and you just were focusing on these two, PTGX, I mean, my goodness, I mean, all the way down to what, 1558 from 1804. The Doma was, you know, I didn't like it because it was also in the, so I would have discounted this one. Mixed signals. It was on the long side and on the short side. And then Fuse, well, I mean, it's down, but so that's what I'm talking about, guys. You don't have too many alerts. You can focus on them like a watch list. You don't have to get too overwhelmed by all the number of alerts that, you know, you see when I'm displaying my screen. The Fuse actually was a short play. I'm surprised it actually broke down. Well, it's only, I'm sure it'll stay around 10. I mean, that's what these do. Even though this, no, it's for the whole day. This is don't repeat for the whole day. There's the first, that's why I can go back and see. You know, there's the first alert at 9:46. Okay. Well, it's not it's something I'm sharing. Okay. I mean, I'm sharing that scan. So it's not when you say, oh, you mean, can you get it in the standard service? Is that what you meant? If that's your question, then yes. Yeah, so all you have to do is go to my homepage. Okay, go to my homepage. See, there's my tab right there, homepage tab. Click on my homepage link. And here is the scan section. Click here, and here it is, moving higher with unusually strong options. And all you have to do, if you know how to use Trade Ideas, is just flip this. So you get moving lower with unusually strong options. Just have to, so duplicate the window and then go to configure and then click on the flip, and now you'll have stocks moving down on unusually strong options. Trading doesn't have to be overwhelming, if you just have a couple things to look at for the day. You don't have to be overwhelmed. You don't have to worry about, man, but what about this sort of strategy? I'm missing out. That's exactly right, Nelson. It tells me the very first time it met all the filter requirements and the alert, which is a new high, and after that, it will not repeat it. Ah, excellent. Okay. Yeah, so humble trader, all you have to do is do something like this. Okay, you can highlight the alerts. You can highlight everything if you want, but if you just want to highlight the alerts themselves, okay, and save contents, and you can save them to an Excel file. Okay. Make sure you understood what I was doing. So you can highlight everything if you want, or you can just highlight the symbols. It's up to you. And of course you can do history. If I wanted to see the alerts I had yesterday, I don't want to do it because I won't see these alerts. But if I did a history, what'll happen is when I go back, I won't see all these alerts. I'll only see the top ones. So I don't want to do that. But you just do history yesterday and you'd see all the alerts happen yesterday. And of course you can pick a time frame if you want. History, time frame, the calendar. Now, I'm also somebody, unlike, quite a few people in the room, I don't have to be in a trade all day long. Okay? I'm very picky, and I'm usually in not more than 2 trades at a time. Today, I had an exception. I was actually in 3 trades at the same time. I do some jig. I mean, why? Because I'm trying to moderate a room too, so I don't want to be. But even if I weren't, I was typically somebody who would never be in, certainly not more than 3 trades at a time. But I do not have to be in a trade all day long. William. Yeah, you. And listen, there are all sorts of trading styles. If you look at Real and Zach, what they try to do many, many times is short the tops. They're looking for parabolic moves, and I probably would join in a lot more if I weren't as distracted. But yeah, I mean, you look at shorting these tops. It's awesome. I'm not maybe that's a bad example, but the PRTH. I mean, it hasn't had a huge move yet, but nonetheless, I mean, you short this top up here, you figure out a way to say, okay, I think that's kind of there are some triggers that Real uses to say, okay, I think that the top is in. And if he's wrong, he just puts, I'm sure what he does is he just puts his stop at the high. But you can make a living doing it that way too, just shorting tops. Okay, give me a moment, please, guys. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Just kind of winding down now. So one last talking about subscriptions and also the test drive, and of course, great opportunity. You want to ask me questions? I mean, I'm basically done for the day. So this promo code, I have no idea how much longer it's going to be available. Okay, still available. Grito 20 for 20% off the first month. So when you click on my subscription on my the link for my homepage, you will see this as a promo code. Obviously, don't use that one. Use the other one, and you'll get 20% off the first month only, or the entire year. My homepage, a lot of information. These are the 3 free sections. The trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Do a stock of the day video at noon. These are all Eastern times, of course. And the education section right here. Lots of education, mainly about trade ideas. You know, the introductory lessons to trade ideas. What is a top list, creating top lists, alert windows, etc. The support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. The daily webinars, Monday to Thursday, we're staggering them now. So next week it'll be Tuesday, Thursday. This week it was Monday, Wednesday. And more educational videos about trade ideas. And then all the way down here, the back to basics. I mean, a lot of you are new to trading, you know, so take a look at this. It's a great little series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. It's a great series. Starts off with what is a stock? And we have some ebooks here that we created. So, I mean, there's a lot of information, including, not last, not least, but you have to have a subscription, obviously, in order to see my scans. Here's a layout that I have, a sample layout that I'm sharing, and all the individual scans, including the beauty right here, the moving higher with unusually strong options. So, a lot of information, my homepage, save the link, then you, especially these 2 sections, you can take a look at them at any time you want. And last but not least, did I write the code for my homepage? I don't know. Are you kidding? No. No, it's I think we use a program called Tune. So I didn't. No, I don't write. I don't write any code. I have access to the links and. Oh, okay. I don't. Well, I don't know. I have to treat every question as if it's a real question. Test drive. One last talk about the test drive as it gets closer and closer. Oh no, Sir Thomas. Well, we'll miss you. Okay. So the test drive. Click on the link, and this is what you'll see. So, a lot of you. Excuse me. One of the main email questions we get is, do you have a free demo or a free trial? We do not have free trials, but this is close. So for 10 days, it starts on the 11th, October 11th. So about 3 weeks from now, I guess 3 weeks from today, October 11th to the 22nd. That's 10 trading days. You'll have access to our full premium service for $11.11. Okay, our full premium service. Once the test drive, now, if you sign up today, all you're doing is pre-registering. You'll get no data until the 11th. So please don't sign up and then start saying, hey, where's my data? Also, you'll get 10 days if you can take advantage of the 11th to the 22nd. If you can't take full advantage, you'll get, a lesser number of days. It's that simple. So it's not 10 days no matter when you sign up. I want to make that very clear. You too, Trey? Once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription. So again, please don't. It's amazing how many emails we get. Unsubscribe me from the test drive. There's nothing for you to do when when it's over. It's over. Of course, we'll have a nice little promo for you. That if you do want to take out a subscription, great. But we do not put you into a subscription. This is also available if you are a standard subscriber right now and want to take a look at our premium service for those 2 weeks, for those 10 trading days, okay? Now, the only thing, I should point this out, the only thing you can't do, and I don't recommend doing it anyway, but but some people do get a little upset, you cannot auto-trade the AI during the test drive, okay? That's the only thing you cannot do. But I don't think anybody should be doing that anyway, so there you go. For the swing tab, you mean a swing channel, Monica? It's been there for a long time, but are you a subscriber? You're a subscriber, aren't you, Monica? Oh, no. Are you talking about? Okay, I think now. I'm sorry. You're talking about the swing. Are you talking about the strength alerts, or are you talking about the swing channel, Monica? Can you hear me, Monica? I mean, we have a swing channel. Swing Ideas, it's called. Okay. Well, you were a subscriber. Just all you have to do is just click on it. Just click on the swing channel, and then all you have to do is just right click. Okay, on the alert window, on any one of these windows, right click, click on configure, and you'll see what the filters are. Okay, that's all you have to do with any alert window, any top list window. Just right click, configure, and summary, and you'll see the filters that are being used. Okay. Now, a word about this too, because there's a little bit of controversy about the latest versions of Trade Ideas. It's a little bit slower. I completely agree. I guess something's happened. I've sort of got used to it. I mean, the charts don't load as lightning as before. There's probably a couple of heartbeats before they actually load. It's certainly not bothering me as much as it did. I mean, it's about a beat longer. But I personally, for me, the pros outweigh the cons. Now, for most of you, the reason for having the latest beta, or actually on our website, it's now the latest production version, is because now you can click on the dock channel bar, and you can click on the different channels here. They're all themed channels, and now your layout does not disappear or get replaced. You can click on these, and notice my layout's underneath. It doesn't disappear. So now you can kind of go through it was one of the real detriments, I think. People wouldn't use the channel bar, certainly during the day, because it was a real hassle. You know, your layout disappears and have to bring it back. Now that's gone by the wayside. You can click on all the different channels during the day, you know, check to see what's happening. So there's that. And then if you want to get, it's not necessary, but if you want to get, you know, a little more adventuresome, you can start doing things like creating your own little, what we call it, a dock window, a docked window. So you can kind of put things that you want, group them together in a container, move it around. You know, this is what I got up here. You see me move these things. And I love it. You know, I love it. Yeah, so that's what I mean, Aaron. You have to have the if you download the latest beta, the latest production version, and you know, just go to my home page. You click on my home page tab right there, and click on the link. And when you do, just scroll to the top. You'll see download software. And this is the latest production version right here. And when you do that, then a moment here. Then you'll see when you click on new from the toolbar, you'll notice now docked channel bar. Okay, docked channel bar. And that is, then you use that, and then you don't have to worry anymore. Your layout will not disappear. Well, that TCRR is still weak. I'm not in it anymore, but it is still weak. Pretty good month for Fulcrum. Low of 7. $30 now, FULC. Low float, 29 million in the float. Almost an all-time high, somewhere. Yeah, so I wonder if this is the all-time high, 29.78. Yeah, it must be. So, I mean, it's basically an all-time high. Anybody interested in, I can show you how you can create like a docked window. Anybody interested in that? I need at least 2 people. I need 3 people. I need 4 people. I'm just kidding. Okay. Is there a link to that other momentum scanner on your page? When you say the other momentum scanner, there is a momentum scanner I have on my home page. I'm not using it right now, but I created it, of course, for anybody. So here we got momentum up, momentum down, right here. Okay, so on my home page, I say I have a lot of other scans that I created that I don't use. I mean, I use these in the pre-market, the gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down. I use these in the pre-market. Of course, I've got the halts resumes. But, the gap continuation to reverse, I haven't been using it for probably a couple of months. But it's still a great scan. You know, up big yesterday, reversing today, down big yesterday, reversing today. I just can't have them all up and running. And I'm just focusing on my option scanner. But, you know, I have a lot here that I've created. Well, that's it. The momentum. You talking about this one? That is it. That's the one called Momentum Up that I'm sharing, okay? Okay. Humble, I mean, the ratio, I mean, when in that momentum filter, I believe I use either 1,000 or 1,500, you know, because I'm looking for things that are really, really, really moving, okay? Yeah, it's not a ratio, it would be a percent. Oh, okay. Well, wait a minute. I'm talking about the filter. Are you talking about the alert? I don't use this one. Never. Yeah, you're talking about this one, the 1 minute volume. Okay, the ratio. I don't know. I mean, you might want to, you know, experiment. You know, five. I guess is going to be 500%. You know, you might try 10. But I think if you do a help on it, it might give you a little more. I don't use that one at all. And you can set the minimum amount of volume required to set off this alert as described below. So I would, you know, you might want to try 10, see how many alerts you get. If that, I'm not sure if that directly correlates to 1,000% in the filter version of it. Okay, so you might just want to try it. I have no idea. I don't use it. But my guess is that, you know, I would start off with 5, maybe up it if you're getting too many, and just sort of see what sort of candles you're getting. Best way, I mean, there's no right or wrong way in anything, you know, any of the values. You know, when I started out, I just had to experiment to see what was giving me, you know, the right number of alerts without getting inundated with alerts. All right, let's take a look at creating a docked window. So before I do that, there is a video, but I'll go over it, okay? But there is a video on creating a docked window. All right, so there is the video. Now, I'll show you how to do it. So first of all, you click on New, and then Docked Window. Give it a name. I'm going to call it Test. Always give it a name. Actually, my recommendation is to start it off with Dock, and then Test. Okay. The reason being is that you can search on your on these, and so if all your dock windows start with Dock, you'll see what I mean in a moment. So I always name all my docked windows. I start off with Dock because I can search on Dock and then I'll see them all. Okay, so there it is. So obviously it is blank now. So what I'll do is I'll bring back, take a couple of alert windows. I'm just going to move them off the side so you can see them, so it doesn't cover it up right yet. And one more. They don't have to be alert windows all. They can be top list windows, alert windows. single stock windows, okay? But I'm just going to take, so I've got these three, okay? These are these three. I'm going to move them off, but these are three. I want to put them in this, call it a container, call it this window, okay? So how do we do that? Well, I'll keep this one here. So I'm going to right click, duplicate into doc test. Now, I know you guys are talking about Aider, I know. So I'm going to duplicate into doc test. Now it doesn't have to be in, it could be on my other monitor. I'm just showing you though that here it is. So duplicate into doc test. Okay, so there's a tab. Okay. Again, it doesn't have to be in here. I'm just showing you though, here it is. It could be on my other monitor. I could do the same thing, right click, duplicate into doc test. Here it is. Okay, 2 tabs now. And let's do the final one. Right click, duplicate into doc test. Okay, so I've got these 3 tabs. Now, if I wanted to leave it like that, I could. You know, I can just click on the tabs and see what's happening. But typically, you know, you want to see the results all the time for those 3 windows. So here's where I don't know if it gets tricky, but I'm going to grab right at the top here. I'm going to grab it, left click on it, and now I'm going to drag it. Now notice this icon appears right in the middle here, and you notice there's an up arrow, a down arrow, a left arrow, and a right arrow. Okay, so I'm going to pick the down arrow, and look what happens. Okay, so I move that. It's called the dock option volume. Now it is below these 2. Let me take the A table. I'm going to do the same sort of thing now, but I'm going to move it. I'm going to keep it. I want it beside this one. So I'm going to keep it up in this area. If I wanted it beside here, this one, I would just move it down here. So now I've moved it. Okay. Now if I change my mind, I want this to be beside this one. I just move it up. Now it's beside this one. Okay, so it's, a little bit tricky. But once you do it, and now of course I can start to size the window and all. If I want to move this one, below this one, so you just have to know where you want to place things. It's that simple. Okay, so once you've done that, now you can save the window. You can save this, right click, save or share to cloud. Notice it says doc test, and I can save it. So now I've saved that window. I'm going to get rid of it. Now this is what I was talking about. File, load from cloud. Now I can do a search. And that's why I like to name them all starting with dock, because here are all my docked windows, all the ones I've got. And here is doc test, so I can load it, bring it back. Okay, so how you arrange it will be up to you, but that's the mechanics of doing it. I'm going to get rid of it. So that's what I do with my charts. Now, I could give you this. It depends on how many charts you've got. If you have our premium service, I can give you this one as a template that you could use, and you could put your own charts in. It was a little tricky to create it. It's kind of fun actually, to move things around. So if you wanted this as a template, and then you could just have your own charts. I'd be willing to do that if anybody wants it. But remember, you have to have our premium service because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's 12 charts here. Okay, all I have to do is, okay. Now, again, you have to have our premium service for this, okay? Because our standard service, you're limited to 10 charts. So there are 12 charts here. So you'd get some kind of an error message, you know, too many charts loaded or something like that. So you have to have our premium service because you can have 20 charts in our premium service. Okay, just want to make sure. All right, so this is why I do it like this. File load from cloud, type in doc, and then I just have to find it. Charts layout right here. There's my charts layout. I can share it. Copy all. Done. Okay? See how easy that is? All right, so you guys were talking about Ader. Let's take a look at Ader. Again, I'm kind of done trading, guys. Yeah, great move, lovely, fantastic. Here you go, Ija. And of course, you have to have the latest production version, okay? Because that's a dock chart. I don't know what happens if you don't. I'm not sure what happens if you tried to load that. I have no idea. So that's another thing. Make sure you do have the latest production version that has docking available, okay? So if you click on your toolbar and click on new, if you don't see dock channel bar or dock window, you can't use that. Holy smokes, guys, look at the CRVS. Look at the pop it had. Whoa, now what about this one? Is this shortable? Wow. QYLD. This just showed up on my option scanner on the way down. Oh, this is an ETF. The Global X NASDAQ 100 Covered Call ETF. Wow. I do not get too many ETFs. So look how weak that TCRR still is, guys. I mean, I'm not in it anymore, but and also the grits, the GRTS. I mean, it did, yeah, it had a pull up and all that, but it is still weak. So, you know, a lot of these, you know, you can follow them next week and just see. I mean, there could be easily continuation downs. You know, people ask all the time, is the AI only good for day trading? Well, I mean, you can day trade it like I do, or I'm not saying to hold a short necessarily or even to hold a long, but you can follow the stock. Keep following the stock to see if there's further weakness. You know, in the case of those two, or if you went long, if you were long something and it finished well, you know, keep following it. All right, guys, here's another one that just showed up. The Space Mobile. ASTS just showed up on the option scanner. And the reason, okay, you see the relative volume has to be 3 in that scanner, so it must be just sneaking in. And also it had to take out that high of way back here. You know, this is back at 1 o'clock. And so what's the next high looking left? 1403, so this has room. So obviously what would make more sense for me in this container is to move this. Now here's where it gets tricky. There we go. So now I have my option, both of my option plays, one on top, one on the bottom. And because we usually get way more halts than float turnovers, what I would do is move this one above it. You see, and then shrink this one down. Well, I mean, look, guys, if you're really keen about taking a late day trade, I mean, this ASTS, the longer it holds over 13, get another volume push like this, and because just look left, I mean, the next high on the daily it's not showing up, but it looks like around 1427. So it's also showing up right there, of course, because the next high looking left is way more than 75 cents away. All right, guys, we're getting close. We're getting close to the end. And thank you, Real, obviously, for showing up when you do, helping everybody. Really appreciate it, as you know. So, William, when you say that, are you suggesting that our option numbers are not correct? Is that what you're saying? Because that's not good. Okay. I wonder if in interactive brokers there's a way of finding out. Ija might know. If I go to fundamentals, or how can I find, okay, option chain, option trader, option analysis. All right, so this is, no, this is going to tell me how many. So this is not really, I need something that's going to tell me the total number of contracts that have traded. Phew. All right. Well, I think I can trust. I think I can trust it because option volume 54,000. 54,000. Okay. I mean, this is from Interactive Brokers. So I mean, I trust Interactive Brokers. But what you're saying is you had like 3,000 contracts versus 54,000 for AST. Ah, okay, because this is total contracts, okay? That's all I care about, the total contracts when I have that scanner. And you're more than welcome, Theo. Phew, okay, I was scared that, if the contract it was only 3,000, then there's something dramatically wrong. Jado, let me see if I can understand your question. If your main layout is a docked window, so here I have on this, I'm sharing this, of course, I'm sharing this monitor with you guys. So here is one docked window. I've got two, I could have created one big dock. I decided not to. I kind of like the idea of having two. I could have created one big dock. I'm not sure that answers your question. The toolbar has got nothing to do with any of this. Okay, I mean the toolbar is just independent. Okay, still don't understand. Are you talking about the option in the toolbar called Windows? No. Well, I mean, here's the toolbar. Here is the toolbar. Very bottom of it. You mean all these? Oh, you're talking about the icon? Oh, yes. Yep. Yeah, it's really cool because, yeah, if I have, like the price alerts, I have it minimized so I can just go down there and, if that's what you mean, yes. Well, I don't know if you call these tabs. I mean, it's just, for instance, if I had one of my docked windows minimized, it would show up here. Okay, all these windows, I like everything you see here is other than my price alerts is up and running. But I could have, in theory, like watch, maybe this is. Oh, okay, okay. But let's just say, yeah, if I minimize this window, okay, for whatever reason, well, I can always bring it back just by with that icon there. Okay. You too, William. Yeah, you know what? You're right about the surf. I mean, I didn't love it because I thought 7 might block it. But you're right. It's been nice, peaceful. It's been very orderly. One little bottoming tail right there, but it's been very orderly since that break right there. Okay. Well, I can wait for Monday. I mean, I need the break, but I mean, yeah, I'm so enthusiastic now about this option scanner, both now the upside and the downside. Do I free dive and spearfish? No, I'm kind of a water. I have an aversion to water. I shouldn't say it like that. I don't mind being on the ocean, I suppose, but no, I'm not a big water guy. What? Okay, so see, ASTS did not really. I mean, it sort of broke out, but not really. Oh, you're talking surf. I get it now. A little slow, little slow. I think that's what you're talking about. Oh, really? Oh, no, no, that's just, oh, I see. No, that is just, I had no idea. That's just some kind of default. I see. No, I didn't even realize that. I see. I don't get too involved. I know people get really involved, and well, I need this as my well. I think that's what the system loaded, and that's all. I've never changed it. Now I understand. Ah, I see. Okay, I didn't even realize it. So interesting. There was only one float turnover today. And by the way, guys, just in case you know, this is the new filter that we've got. I'll just remind everybody: you want the float turnover. We finally have that filter. I've been after them for it seems like years. So if you right-click on an alert window, click on Configure, do a search, click on Float. You'll see all the information we have about float. You know, the short float, of course, the float, but the turnover, float turnover ratio. I'm gonna have to I'll get rid of this now. Used to have to create a custom formula. So the float turnover as a ratio, really a cool filter now, because now that tells you, you know, Corvus is the only one. It has turned the float over 6.3 times. What does that mean? Here's the float, 29 million in the float. It has traded 185 million. So if you divide 29.45 into 185.6, etc. million, you get 6.3. Okay, so it is traded very significant. I mean, you know, that means tons of interest. Doesn't absolutely mean the stock's going up, but I mean, it just means that this is a stock that has a ton of interest. You could, there's an argument to be made. And I mean, normally we get a few more. Just if you just concentrated on those stocks, the ones that have the highest float turnover, and just concentrated on them all day long, you know, and figure out, you know, entries and exits and all, you could probably, I mean, how many do we have yesterday? Oh, this is a topless window. Well, I think we had about 4 or 5 yesterday. No, I am not creating. Zach is. I am not. No way. I love you guys, but 6 hours a day is enough. So I'm asked the question: am I on a Windows or Mac computer? So this is a PC-based program. So I have a PC. You can run the program on a Mac. I'm just going to pop the We don't have a Mac version of the application. I'll just pop this in here. So we do have a web-based version of the program, but I'll be honest, it has its limitations. If you wanted to practice trading using this Brokerage Plus window, you can't do it. You have like a 5 chart minimum. So I mean, there are some limitations. It's all real-time data. You can create scans and all, but there are some limitations. So that's number one. Number two, a lot of people at Trade Ideas have Macs, and so they use an emulation program like Parallels or something. But I know there are some people that just don't want to do that, but that is another option. The other option, and we're really exploring it, I mean, you can use Amazon, like an AWS, Amazon Web Services. I know Microsoft now has something what they call Microsoft 360. We're really trying to analyze, maybe bundling something together. For those of you who have Macs, there's no way we'll have a Mac version though, like a pure Mac version. We are trying to take the web-based version and keep adding functionality to it, but there are some limitations. The linking that we can do, this external linking tool that allows you to, for most brokerage platforms, to establish a link between your broker and Trade Ideas. So when you click on a link on an alert, it loads into your brokerage platform automatically. So you don't have to keep typing symbols in all day long. It's for whatever reason, it's very difficult to do in our web-based version. It's something to do with the API and all. I don't get involved in that at all. So why would they use it? Well, if you're okay, you would never use, if you have a PC, you would never use the web-based version. But for instance, say on a tablet. Okay, I've got a Chromebook, so I can use the web-based version on my Chromebook in a pinch. That's the only reason. Yeah, but Zach, I know you can't hear me, but Zach, Will Mead in a tweet yesterday said he's holding on to at least $12 for BBIG. Zach can't hear me though. And I'm not kidding. He actually did tweet that, but I mean, I'm being a little sarcastic. Yeah, maybe he did. I think he said, back on this day here, this was going to be the next SPRT. I use Interactive Brokers as my trading platform, yes. Oh, did he really, Fender? Oh, okay. Okay. I did not realize that. Okay. Well, at least, I guess he fessed up then. It sounded like the tweet he had yesterday. I'm holding till, I don't know, $12 or $15. So we can linking only, and again, you can link with TDA, okay? Linking meaning it's just a time saver, okay? It's nothing to do with this Brokerage Plus window, okay? So I am not linked, but I think you're asking, can the company link? Yes. So again, linking is just a time saver. Somebody like myself who's clicking on alerts all day long, it'd be a real pain if I had to type them into my brokerage platform all the time. So linking is just a time saver. So yes, we do link with TDA. But my platform is Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, it is 3:01. I think that is it. What a week. Thanks for all the help. Let me get my script together. All right. Theo, well, I put 1.5, okay? I want to see stocks that have traded the float at least 1.5. I mean, that's just what I'm doing, okay? That's in the minimum. That's what I do. I mean, you can do 2, you can put 1 so it's trading at least the float, or you can put something that's not trading the float very much as an example. You know, but I'm using 1.5. I want to see stocks that are trading the float at least 1.5 times, 1.5 times. But again, there's nothing saying that's the right or the wrong way. It's whatever you feel. All right, everybody. So let me get my script back up again, copy it. So have a great weekend, everybody. And I'll open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Here we go. So hopefully we'll see you then. Bye-bye. Hey, you're welcome, Neil.